Well, hello there. Good morning, Multiverse. Hey there, friends and foes. This is Back of the Cereal Box, the pop culture podcast that celebrates the fun of the Saturdays of our youth while surviving adulthood today. And if you are tuning in for the Multiverse FunRaiser, you are in the right place. So stick around because this morning on Back of the Cereal Box, we are part of the Multiverse FunRaiser, and we are going to be talking about the John Ritter 1980 superhero movie, Hero at Large. And we're going to do that right after this from the Murdering Crows.
It's like Coca-Cola, Levi Strauss, Johnny Carson and Mickey Mouse. The first star was James Dean. Elvis Presley, yeah, he's still the king. Some things are only imitatable. You can't beat an original. Oh, you can't beat an original.
Thank you to the Murdering Crows for that awesome theme song. You can get their album, Four Bad Crows, from Amazon, Google, Apple Music, wherever you buy your music. And this morning's show is brought to you by the Tales of the Deckoverse series by yours truly, available Amazon, Barnes & Noble, wherever you buy books. And, of course, we want to thank our Super Box super friends, Charisse Collins, Cindy Kep, Brian Huff, Dave Manginelli, Dave Mattingly, Crystal Raven Jones, Eli Cash, and you can have your name in that empty space. Put your name in lights at buymeacoffee.com/cerealboxpod. Our supporters really make this show possible and help us keep the show ad light. But if you are tuning in for a healthy dose of nostalgic pop culture, you are in the right place because we are a pop culture podcast that celebrates the fun of the Saturdays of our youth while surviving adulthood today, because adulting is hard. And we're going to take you on a time travel trip back to 1980 this morning. When I was a kid, because we're called Back of the Cereal Box, because when I was a kid, Saturday mornings meant cartoons, comic books, kaiju, kung fu movies, big bowls of cereal as we sat down to enjoy our Saturday morning. And in between cartoons, comics, kaiju, and kung fu movies, we didn't have iPhones or tablets at the breakfast table on Saturday morning. We were reading the back of the cereal box. So we're watching the show, it goes to commercial break, and we're reading the back of the cereal box. That was our newspaper, that was our world, that was our portal. And for me, it was my introduction to all of the pop culture stuff that I love today. So without further ado, let's meet the rest of our hosts. And I forgot to give them this homework. So this is on the fly right now. So as I introduce each of you in the green room, you are going to share you're 10 years old, you're running downstairs to watch Saturday morning cartoons. What are you hoping to see, and what is in that big bowl of cereal that you're sitting down with? And because she hates when I do it to her first, please welcome my co-host of the last 11 years. She is a phenomenal actress, photographer, model, and her geek pop culture passions are Friends, Wizard of Oz, Ghostbusters, Jurassic Park, everything dinosaurs. Please give it up for the one, the only, the incomparable Dee Bartee. Bop, 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 bop.
Oh, you know I hate it when you do that to me.
I know. So you're 10 years old. You're running down the the stairs to sit down and watch something on TV, the cartoon, what's on the TV? What's your favorite cartoon, and what's the bowl of cereal you're sitting down with?
Like all I could, this is probably not right because I think I was younger than 10, but maybe. I don't know. I want to say like maybe the Flintstones and Fruity Pebbles.
Perfect.
Maybe?
That's a perfect combination. Perfect combination. I love it. So next up, Dee, we've got to welcome our other co-host. Yeah, I know you had a panic attack right there, but you did great. Awesome. And how did you like that intro I gave you?
I loved it. I totally forgot about Wizard of Oz, so I loved it. Thank you.
See how much I know you?
I know. I love that.
Also joining us this morning is our newest co-host. She is an author extraordinaire, the host of the Coffee and Words podcast, and she is a pop culture maven of all things John Hughes and 1980s. Please put your hands together and welcome the one, the only author, Sarah Jenkins. Woo! Coming to us live from her secret beach house in an undisclosed location. I love it. So
we have the best beaches in Tennessee.
I know we do. Because they're virtual. Anyway, Sarah, you're 10 years old. You're running downstairs, sitting down with a big bowl of cereal. What's on TV? What's in the bowl?
Well, we didn't have stairs. So, I'm
running down the hall.
Yeah, probably Cinnamon Toast Crunch or Honey Nut Cheerios.
Okay.
And I'm trying to think what was on when I was 10. So I turned 10 in 1990. What the heck was on Saturday morning?
I don't think that was right.
Anything, whatever was on Saturday mornings in 1990. 1991, I was watching
Power Rangers. I don't know. I don't remember.
Power Rangers wasn't
high school when Power Rangers.
Yeah, Power Rangers wasn't until 1992.
Oh no, I was 12 in 92.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would have been 10. So it probably was Power Rangers.
In 1990, Sarah, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles was all the rage.
Oh, I watched that.
I remember the Turtles. I remember there was some show on Saturday mornings called Fudge. Do you guys remember that?
No.
And it was not a cartoon, but it was about a kid. I don't know.
Super Fudge was
there's your homework.
Super Fudge was a Beverly Cleary book.
Maybe yeah. It may have been based on that book. It came on Saturday mornings. So
well, we have one more co-host to introduce, ladies. She is coming to us via the magic of the interwebs all the way from Winnipeg, Canada, or Winnipeg, Manitoba. I combined it. I mixed it together. Winnipeg.
I love it.
Winnipeg, Manitoba, Canada. She is our emotional support Canadian.
John, it doesn't matter where she's from.
the Peppermint Princess, the social media socialite. And this morning, she is coming to us all the way from Jack Ritter's apartment. Give it up for Willow, Skylor.
Come and knock on our door.
We've been waiting for you.
I figured I'd decorate a little bit.
Yes, perfect. And for those of you who are tuning in wondering why is Willow in Jack and Chrissy and Janet's apartment, it's because this morning we are part of the Multiverse FunRaiser for the John Ritter Foundation for Aortic Health. We are actually the title sponsor, and John Ritter played Jack Tripper on Three's Company, and that's what he's probably most well known for. And this seems like a good time to share with our audience what the Multiverse FunRaiser is all about. So check this out.
The Multiverse FunRaiser is a virtual fandom jamboree and a charity fundraiser all rolled into one package. We're not just raising funds for a good cause. We're raising fun. Our 2023 event will be supporting the John Ritter Foundation for Aortic Health, which exists to spread awareness of aortic health and prevent unnecessary suffering through genetic research, widespread education, and radical advocacy. Our fundraiser combines celebrity panels, fandom-based panels, indie creators, and all of the fun of a virtual con for free. There's a little something for everyone while we support a cause close to our heart. Join us on January 20th through 22nd, along with celebrity guests Amy Yazbek, Jason Bear, Chris Gaucher, Victor Garber, William Catt, Cress Williams, Beth Broderick, Armin Shimmerman, Guy Gilchrist, Carrie Schaefer, Brian Hull, Amy Carrero, Jennifer Cody, and Joyce DeWitt.
Love that. And we are the host of the Multiverse FunRaiser and super excited to be a part of that. Yesterday, Amy Yazbek was, one of the featured guests, and she had so much fun. I was always a big Amy Yazbek fan to begin with, but after her Q&A with Kelly Gettner yesterday, I think I'm in love with her.
She is an amazing woman.
Yes. Yes. And she has asked permission to drop in on all of the other shows as part of the Multiverse FunRaiser throughout the weekend. And of course, we said, of course you can drop in.
Yeah.
So she might drop in this morning. She might. She could. I'm not saying she will, but she could. And apparently that's all it takes is the suggestion of a probability to get Dee Bartee to do full makeup and do the homework. So guess what? Every
Why are you
week
picking
we're
on
gonna
me,
have I always pick on you, Dee. That's our shtick, right?
I see my whiskey buddy is watching. I'm like, hey.
Yes.
I might need that this morning.
William Joseph Roberts is watching, and he gives a negative nothing. Well, no, he says good morning, all. So Hillbilly was with us this past weekend. So we got to do a recap. Sarah D, last weekend we were featured guests at Chattacon in Chattanooga. We did our live show. Dee Bartee nearly gagged on air.
No, she did gag on air. I had to go off camera to get water because ew.
I think she was suffocating, actually. I mean, she's
But my little friend beside me was like, hey, here's some whiskey. And I was like, oh, I could put the whiskey on the cereal. I bet it would taste like Fireball.
And did it?
Did.
So what Dee is referring to is we did a live taste test, everybody on the panel and some audience volunteers of Cinefuego Toast Crunch. And almost unanimously, everyone agreed that it was fantastic, except for Dee.
Did you
I
expect
like it with the whiskey.
So she took one bite, and Sarah, can you do your best impersonation of Dee's reaction?
Okay, let me hang on. All right, let me get in here. All right. Okay. All right.
Do you guys remember? Did you ever watch those Glozell videos where she would like eat a spoonful of cinnamon or eat a ghost pepper? Anyone ever see those? You remember those?
Yep.
And that was Dee. Dee was our Glozell.
I didn't know
Last
it
Saturday
was
morning.
spicy until right before. Like I looked at the bag and went, "Wait a minute! Why are there flames coming out of this? Wait a minute!"
And it hits
Wait
you
a
late.
minute.
That stuff is sweet in the beginning, and then it hits you in the back of your palate. And I mean, I think it was very legitimate that you nearly choked, Dee.
Oh my god.
Thank you.
It was spicy.
Well, we had some great commentary or great feedback on that broadcast. It was videotaped and broadcast live, so you can go watch it on Facebook or YouTube, wherever you're watching this right now. And you can see the fun we had playing games and taste testing cereal. And we did a Willet cereal with Pop-Tarts mini bites. And that was pretty phenomenal. And Sarah, you were the one who came up with the idea. I wonder if the Pop-Tarts and the Cinefuego Toast Crunch go together. And your verdict on that.
They do. I recommend that. Guys, get some Pop-Tarts, get some Cinefuego, maybe some whiskey. I don't know. Mix it all together. Just
So if you didn't see,
It was not good.
no, it was delicious. I love
It was not
Cinefuego
good.
Toast Crunch. It's one of my favorites now. But Dee was sitting next to Hillbilly, who had a flask of whiskey, and our show went PG as Dee put drops of whiskey on the Cinefuego Toast Crunch pieces, and anyway, I think
it's medicinal.
Dee imbibed a little bit too much.
Hey,
She
but we
liked
got
it a little bit
invited
too much.
to 3 other cons because Dee did shots of whiskey that morning. So, you know.
Well, that's the funny thing. So, not even 2 hours later, I'm down in the con suite, and one of the IT director said, "Oh, I heard about your whiskey tasting this morning." I was like, "What? How did news travel this fast?" But we did get invited to several other cons, and we were accepted this yesterday afternoon for a con that Dee brought. Listen, you know that this is special when Dee Bartee brings me the flyer and says, "We need to go to this." And she brought me the flyer for Nerdy Gras in Atlanta. And I got to meet the director, the program coordinator, and
I love
as
all things Mardi Gras, and like I get to do this show on a Mardi Gras theme with my nerds. I love it. By the way,
Take
you
me
guys,
with.
my computer is like trying to restart itself. I'm telling it no, but I don't know if it will. So I'll come back if I suddenly disappear.
But the big news is we are going to Nerdy Gras in Atlanta, and just for Dee and Sarah, we're going to do our live broadcast at 2 p.m. instead of 8, 9, or 10 in the morning. Actually, it has more to do with travel logistics, but we're going to talk more about that, and we're going to be in Atlanta. So before we get to some cereal taste testing, because I've got Hot Wheels cereal, I'm going to do a live taste test this morning on air. But before we do that, we have some viewer comments. This is how this works. Everyone who's watching or listening in the audience, you get to participate by being a co-host by commenting in the chat. And Dave Mattingly says, "Don't look now, Willow, but I think I see Mr. Roper behind you."
I'm all paid. Well, okay, I have I have my phone bill to pay yet, but I'm all paid up on rent.
Do you guys think, and I know, Dee, you have admitted off air that you've never seen Three's Company, but you know the jingle, which is really bizarre to me. But Willow, Sarah, do you think Three's Company could be made today?
A variation
why
of
not?
it, but yeah, I think it would be very watered down.
I think it. What just
Look at
happened,
the
Dee?
comments. Look what Drew says.
Wait, what does Drew say?
Right at the bottom, he said he'll be there. Hugs in real
All
life.
right.
It's in real life.
Drew,
Awesome.
this is happening. It's happening.
That's awesome. And Hillbilly is going to be a guest as well at Nerdy Gras. He's actually responsible for getting us connected to the right people to be invited as a guest. Keisha Acuff, commenting on the Multiverse FunRaiser account, says, "Hello, beautiful people." And Carl Witzman says, "Welcome to Abuse D-Day." Oh, that's every day. That's every day.
That's why I'm here. That's the real reason why I'm here, is for John to pick on me.
Aw.
All right, so we have a big long comment by
that one?
X Blackbird 9X. I'm going to acknowledge you if that's okay with y'all. I don't know what's okay. Oh, may I share some positivity? yes, you may, but the comment will not show up because it's too long. But thank you for sharing that with us. What else do we have? So Dave Mattingly says, I used to go to Connuga a lot, but never been to Chattacon. So I will tell you that Chattacon is a small convention, but the people loved us and they embraced us. Let me tell you what happened. So
Yeah,
what? Now,
they loved us. They even offered.
Comment
for me to
cannot
go
be
through their
said on air.
pockets.
wait, what, Dee? They offered you what?
I said, yeah, they loved us. They even offered for me to go through their pockets.
Wait, what?
You were there.
Oh, that's right. That's right. The guy in the kilt.
Yeah.
He didn't have pockets. There was only one thing in that pocket. But
Multiple times.
yeah. But so we got there Friday night. We did a game show panel, Dee and I, and then Saturday morning we did our live show. We taped it and then posted it later. Had a lot of fun with the audience that was there early in the morning.
I forgot Hillbilly was there for that too. He says, ha 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 ha. He remembers that.
Yeah, he does. And then Saturday, you all hung out for just a little while, and then you had to go. Dee, you had a funeral in Mississippi. Sarah, you and your son went to visit a friend of his, and then you had a thing the next morning that you had to be back in Nashville for. I did a Marvel versus DC panel that was really well attended and got great feedback from the folks in attendance for that. And then I was booked to do entertainment Saturday night. I was booked to do my magic or my haunted theater magic show. And it's a blend of magic and stories, haunted stories that make you question what's real and what's not. And so I was supposed to go live at 9. At 8:50, the cosplay contest is really just getting into full swing. At 9:50, they haven't even finished the costume contest yet, and so I'm waiting. And at 10,
and he's texting Sarah and I the whole time, just so you guys know.
At 10, there's a burlesque show that is contracted that they have to start at 10 because the crew has to go back to Atlanta. So the one of the programming directors finds me outside the ballroom where I'm waiting. He says, "Hey, listen, we're going to have to," I'm like, I get it. I know you're going to have to reschedule. Well, in the meantime, there are people who have found out, they know that I'm doing the show, and one couple came to Chattacon specifically to see my show. Aww. And so they're waiting. They're from Jacksonville, Florida. And they made the decision to come to Chattacon. I mean, they probably would have come anyway, but the final decision, yes, we're going, was, hey, we can see John do haunted theater. And there were people who were waiting all day to see my show. And so I get bumped to a little after 11. And those people waited. They stayed until after midnight. And I had a great audience. They were super appreciative. And Barbara says, scary is best at midnight. Did you do that? We did go past midnight. But you know, people who were expecting it at 9 hung out and they waited until after 11.
We have the best fans. I mean, they are just phenomenal. Most of them.
Yes.
The ones that don't make you eat or drink nasty food.
or want me to go through their pockets, or, you know, sniff my hair a little too long, you know. But other than that, our fans are fantastic.
So anytime that, listen, Dee is always like, Sarah, every time we do an event, Dee's like, do I really have to go? And then afterwards, she's always like, I'm so glad we did that. I had so much fun.
I mean, I could do without the, you know,
The fondling.
Yeah. I could do without that, but
We're gonna need to get a bodyguard for D.
well, John has to play bodyguard 90% of the time because even like when things like that happen, he's like, "D, I think it's time for you to go."
Listen, I had at least 3 guys come up to me and ask me if you were single.
That happened.
Yeah.
Only 3 this time?
Yeah.
Hey, some of them don't care if I'm single or not.
I know. Guy in the kilt did not care.
I want to see the guy in the quilt.
that too. That guy too. You missed him on Saturday night. There was a guy walking around in a quilt. But I was disappointed in you, Sarah. Because you did not bring any cosplay with you.
I was myself. I was being me.
And
was I supposed to? I didn't get the memo that I was supposed to.
I just thought you might. But you is all you ever need to be. You being you is more than enough.
He doesn't tell me that, Sarah. He tells me that I have to tone it down.
Yeah.
No, you're fantastic.
Yeah,
D.
I have notes for D.
For the script, is she scripted?
He tries, but I don't listen.
That may have to come soon. Carlin Stewart says Roper would crack a joke and turn to the camera and break the fourth wall. Some of you know the jokes were talking about Three's Company and Willow's background. So, hey, you know what, guys? It is time to do a cereal taste test. This is part of our Saturday morning experience. I've got the Hot Wheels cereal, and I'm going to give it a taste test. Now, first of all, this is a General Mills cereal. It doesn't smell like anything. And at first I was like, okay, did I not get my sense of smell back from when I had COVID a couple of weeks ago? No, it just doesn't. It smells like the cardboard box. But we're going to give it a taste test anyway. So while I'm doing this, Miss Willow,
yes,
would you bring me center stage?
Absolutely.
And so I've poured it in the bowl. By the way, the back of the cereal box here is awesome. It's a cutout garage for your Hot Wheels.
Oh, that's cool.
You cut, it becomes a garage play set.
Cool.
And there are these cutout like custom like side panels and hood panels that you can put on your Hot Wheels. So I might try that later. But cool orange track and the Hot Wheels zooming down. I love it. But it doesn't smell like anything. So we're going to taste it dry first. It tastes like orange juice. It tastes like orange. It tastes like the orange track. I don't know if that's good or not. And it's got little marshmallows.
With pulp or without?
That's a good question. The marshmallows taste like orange too. This tastes like orange juice. That's odd for cereal. We're going to put some milk in. And I don't know if I like that or not. But we're going to give it a try here. Let's see what we got. Does it taste like orange in the milk? Okay. So, like the Cinefuego Toast Crunch, the initial flavor is very different from the after flavor. The initial flavor is kind of like honey rings, sweet honey, and then you get this slight taste of orange, like orange juice. I don't know if I like that, but it's not very pronounced. It's not very strong. I'm going to try some with the marshmallows. All right, with the marshmallows, that orange is more pronounced. I don't think I like orange cereal. I don't. Now, maybe I should try this with orange juice. That might make the
Somebody
difference.
just said that.
But out of 5 bowls of cereal, I'm going to give this 2.5. Sorry, General Mills, you're not going to be sponsoring us anytime soon. I'm not a fan of the Hot Wheels cereal. It's, it's not bad. It's just not great. It's not Cinefuego Toast Crunch great. And so I'm going to give it
whiskey on it.
whiskey and orange juice. Isn't that a specific combination? What do they call that? Is that a mimosa?
No, that's champagne and orange juice.
Oh, what's whiskey and orange juice?
He needs
I
a new
know.
brownie.
I don't know. Let's try it. Hillbilly, where you at?
Only 2 out of 5. Does anybody else have anything in their bowl this morning?
Sarah?
I actually do. But
What?
I know. I've been up early.
Everyone stop. And this is a momentous occasion. Dee has cereal.
I know.
I don't know what to do with this, John. I'm in shock.
Neither do I. Dee, tell us about Catalina Crunch.
Well, I haven't tried it. I'm kind of scared to try this one. This one's the Cinnamon Toast Crunch.
We'll try it. Tell us about it.
I don't know. It's a plant-based, no sugar, healthy cereal.
We'll have the milk in a moment.
Oh, God.
Uh-oh. It's a dud.
It tastes stale.
Oh.
The flavor's good. The crunchiness of it is very stale tasting.
It's dense. The Catalina Crunch cereal is super dense.
It is. I mean, it tastes very...
But does it taste like Cinnamon Toast Crunch?
Yeah.
Because is it like the grain-free stuff or like the special flour?
Probably. It says keto friendly, so I'm sure that it's grain free.
Mm-hmm.
It tastes like somebody put Cinnamon Toast Crunch on a piece of cardboard.
Oh.
All right.
So that will be going in the trash.
Cereal smells, right?
Well, here's what I want you to do,
like that.
Dee. We had this suggestion last week with the Cinefuego Toast Crunch. I want you to put the Catalina Crunch in a Cinnamon Toast Crunch box and see if your kids notice the difference. Sarah, what do you got?
Okay.
I'm coming in.
I'll do it.
Sorry.
You're fine.
I'm coming in all boring again. I've got my usual organic granola, and
Man, it just leaves a funky taste inside your mouth too. Like, ew. The aftertaste is really bad. I don't like this.
Yeah. Well, I bet this is better. This is the ancient grains. So
Yeah. So
with almonds.
I love granola cereal, and I need to make a commitment to start doing some taste tests on air for granola. And Willow, what do you got this morning?
I went out and finally bought apple cinnamon Cheerios.
Apple cinnamon Cheerios.
Oh,
Those are good.
I'll bet you those are good.
They are. I honestly prefer Apple Jacks because I don't know. It almost tastes like the flavor doesn't last very long when it's in the milk, but it's good. I like it.
So it's got an Apple Jacks flavor?
Yeah.
I forgot about those. And that was one of the big things I was eating at 10 years old, John, on Saturday morning. Apple cinnamon Cheerios. I forgot all about those. That's like you're taking me back to my childhood, Willow.
That's what the show is all about.
So, yes, highly recommend these for those of you who like flavored other than honey.
I like how you keep disappearing.
So, Dave Mattingly asked me, does the Hot Wheels cereal taste more like die-cast metal or like an orange plastic track? And it tastes more like an orange plastic track. Actually, it's a lot better the longer it is in the milk. Because you remember last week or 2 weeks ago when I did the Disney 100 cereal, and it was so crunchy. It was like had that non-nutritive cereal varnish that made it like pebbles. This must use the same varnish because the first couple of bites were like And Crayle Vanest says, my husband would make us eat all the cereal in one day so we could build the Hot Wheel garage. That's funny. That's awesome.
Or you can scan the back of the box with your scanner and build the garage with normal paper.
Or just take the bag out.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Just take the bag out.
I feel like that guy on YouTube.
I know who you're talking about.
And Carlin Stewart says it's better than Hot Wheel motor oil. And
Yeah.
Barbara, if I had orange juice in the house, I would do it. You know what? I will do that as a special standalone for YouTube. So if you don't subscribe to us on YouTube, do it. And Carlin Stewart, orange juice and milk. Hope it tastes like a push-up.
Ooh.
Orange cycle. That could actually.
Ooh. I think that's orange sickle. Do you remember those? The push-up orange sickles?
Yeah, I love those. And Dave Mattingly says fuzzy navel. Is that what you call orange juice and whiskey?
Maybe.
I don't think it's
No,
a thing.
that's schnapps
Yeah.
and something else.
I don't think orange juice and whiskey is a thing.
And I don't know what. I'm just saying it could be, right? I don't drink, so I don't know. But I'm sure there's someone watching right now, Hillbilly. We'll take that challenge.
Hey, just bring it and we'll do a taste test.
Carl Witzman says, toss that cereal out for the birds. I don't know which cereal he's talking about. Is he talking about?
He's talking about Dean.
Dean's cereal.
I don't think that whatever varnish they use on that keto friendly, I don't think it's consumable by birds.
It's just called a whiskey sour.
Oh, there we go.
There you go.
Oh,
There we go.
wow.
Anyway,
Dean's
we need to
cereal. He said toss Dean's cereal.
we need to get
All the
to our.
birds.
No birds would eat it. I mean, it's pretty bad.
Man, PETA's going to come hard and heavy on that one.
I forgot to run the banner for donations to the Multiverse FunRaiser, and it's running now. And so we're going to take a quick break to talk about how you can donate to our fundraiser for the John Ritter Foundation for Aortic Health. Check this out.
Our charity partner for this year's Multiverse fundraiser is the John Ritter Foundation for Aortic Health. They exist to spread awareness of aortic health and prevent unnecessary suffering through genetic research, widespread education, and radical advocacy. Simply click on the link at our website, www.themultiversefundraiser.com, that says donate here, and that will take you to our Just Giving link. All donations go directly to the John Ritter Foundation for Aortic Health. As a bonus, every $10 donation that you give enters you into our sweepstakes to win fantastic prizes. All information can be found at our website under giveaway. So thank you for watching and thank you for supporting.
Awesome. That was Kelly Gettner's voice on that. She is the brainchild of the Multiverse FunRaiser, and great work. And we've partnered with Amy Yazbek and the John Ritter Foundation. Speaking of John Ritter, I decided, since we are doing the John Ritter Foundation, that there was only one thing that we should talk about this morning, and that is the 1980 superhero classic John Ritter movie, Hero at Large. So this week in the Rec Room, we are talking about Hero at Large, starring John Ritter and Dee. Who's that lovely lady standing next to him? I gave you an assignment, Dee.
You just told me to watch the movie. You didn't
No.
tell me to learn all the cast.
I told you that you were going to do the synopsis.
Okay, what does that mean? It's just like a.
I
review
even
of the
sent
movie,
I
right?
even sent you the IMDb link for you to
I
just read the
watched
synopsis.
movie. Just watch the movie.
Her name is Ann Archer. Ann Archer plays Jay Marsh, and so this movie came out in 1980, and I will give the synopsis because this is one of my top 10 favorite movies of all time. I believe it is the most underrated movie, one of the 5 most underrated movies ever made. Came out in 1980, and it's a movie about an actor played by John Ritter who is hired to appear as Captain Avenger to promote the movie, the Captain Avenger movie that has just debuted. And back in the day, this was done all the time. So he would appear in person at movie theaters, and there were 30 others that were hired to appear at movie theaters all throughout New York. Well,
I thought there were 40.
Okay, 40. So Dee just watched it last night, so she might know better than I would. This is shocking. So
What is happening on the show?
So what happens is after the gig, he stops in a bodega, and these guys come in to rob the place, and he throws off his overcoat and he confronts them as Captain Avenger and saves the day. He fights them, throws them out, and the shop owner is so grateful. Well, it makes the news, and he becomes literally Captain Avenger and starts fighting crime, and he's given the key to the city, and everything is going really great until a reporter decides to blow the whistle on the whole thing. And his life is basically taken apart in scandal format. Now, Willow, did you have a chance to watch Hero at Large?
I know I've seen it before. It is a good movie. I watched it. I was watching it yesterday, and I enjoyed it. Yes, it is very underrated and I feel like it's one of those movies that have been lost in the midst of other movies that came out around the same time. So it didn't get it didn't get its. Sorry,
go ahead. Finish.
I feel like it didn't get its time that it deserved in either the theater, or it didn't play its rounds on TV as much as say like Batteries Not Included and other movies around that time.
Okay, John, I'm gonna pick that apart a little bit, okay? Because you're like, oh, well, he's been outed for, it being staged or fake or whatever. But he didn't want to do that. He was a nice guy, and he did not want to fake any of this. Like, he started this because he was nice, and he wanted people to be nice, and he just wanted people to be their own heroes. And then the mayor like manipulated him into becoming Captain Avenger for the mayor's own gain. And then, yeah.
And that reporter discovers that it was all staged. It didn't start that way, but it became staged with him, thwarting crimes on the subway. And, he did actually legit thwart a big drug deal. But he ended up getting shot and ends up having to stay with Jay Marsh, played by Ann Archer, because he got locked out of his apartment. He couldn't pay the rent. Everything just is
And the mayor
spiraling
paid
down.
his rent and was like, "Oh, if that helps, come over to our side and fake this whole thing."
And he did, and it was discovered. And at this press conference where he's accepting the key to the city,
which
the
he did
reporter-
not want to go to, and he made it clear this was his last appearance, and he was going to go out with a bang.
And the reporter exposes him, and he gets mobbed. The crowd turns into a mob, an angry mob, and they beat him up. They tear his cape off, and he's he flees in embarrassment and shame. And you think that that's kind of the sad ending until I get chills thinking about this ending every time, because as a kid, this story made me want to be a superhero. I'm 10 years old watching John Ritter's character become Captain Avenger in real life, because he's embarrassed, he's shamed, he's decided he's going to go back to his hometown, he's leaving New York, he's giving up acting, and as he's leaving town, he passes by a building on fire, and a mom outside. It's cliche today, but she's like, "My baby's inside my bed," and this little boy is hiding in a cabinet in the kitchen in a burning building. And when the firefighters are pulling out, they're pulling away, it's too dangerous, he rushes in to rescue the kid, and he ends up having to be rescued by the crowd gathered around watching everything unfold.
Well, that I think is my favorite part. Whenever he gets the kid, and then the building collapses some, and then he's trapped inside, and then the people are like, "Oh, I'm going in after him." And
I'm going in. That was Jim Brown. Now, Sarah, were you able to watch Hero at Large?
Yes.
And what did you think?
I enjoyed it. I don't remember this film. I mean, I was in utero, I think, when it came out, but I don't remember hearing about it. This was new to me. So it was neat, and it was a beautiful performance by John.
And I love John Ritter. And so
I love Ann Archer too. And they had great chemistry together. And I watched a couple of interviews, one with Ann and one with John, that were done in some news channel in New Orleans right after the film came out. And so that was interesting to kind of watch them talk about the movie. I enjoyed that.
Yeah, it is definitely, in my opinion, an underrated movie, because I tell people about it. I asked the three of you to watch it, and none of you had ever seen it or heard of it before. And I feel that way every time I bring up this movie, that people just, they don't know about it. It was the first movie that I owned on VHS. So I'm probably 11 years old by the time I saw it, because it came out in 80. I had never heard of it, but in 81, we were the first family in our neighborhood to have a VCR. And the first movies... What's that?
I think you was highfalutin.
Listen, back then, yes.
Sorry.
That VCR was this thick, and it was this wide, and it was an appliance, and it popped open at the top, but we were the first people in the neighborhood to have a VCR. So we went out and we rented 2 movies, because there were only 2 movies available at the video store. We rented First Blood, the Rambo movie, and we rented Hero at Large. And I, over the course of the weekend, watched both of those movies over and over and over. And somehow, I don't know how, my memory's fuzzy on this, but somehow we were able, maybe a friend or maybe we rented another VCR and we dubbed those rented tapes onto our own tapes because we had a huge dubbed tape collection. Yeah, that's not legal, folks.
You just admitted to a crime.
No, my dad did it. But we had a dubbed we had a copied version of Hero at Large and Rambo, and I memorized Hero at Large. I watched it so much. I had it memorized. And I love this film, and it's been one of those movies that I constantly go back to when I just want to feel good. Like when I'm sick at home, when I had COVID a couple of weeks ago, there are a handful of movies that I always watch to make me feel better, and Hero at Large is one of them. And that ending with the fire and people, going in to rescue him, it gets me every single time.
Guess I'm kind of morbid because I watched Jurassic Park to make me feel better if I'm sick.
We have a couple of comments here, and then we have to turn it over to our next panel. So we're ending on time this morning, but luckily our next panel, shocking, is Willow and Keisha with Cryptid Crunch. So we have a very special Saturday morning edition of Cryptid Crunch coming up for you right after this. And Curie Bloodrose says, I think today was the first time I had heard about this film. I get that all the time.
Yeah.
Molly Daniels says, I was 14 and I don't remember hearing about it. I don't know why this was not a box office success.
A very obscure movie, and yeah, I don't understand why people don't know about it either.
I wonder if something else come out around the same time that it was overshadowed.
Well, they were trying to capitalize on the popularity of the Christopher Reeve Superman movie, which came out in 1978 or 79. So but this was part of the zeitgeist of, American pop culture at the time. I didn't see it in the theater either. I don't remember it being in the theater, but it's one of my favorite movies. And Andrew Milden asks, do you remember VCR rewinders? Yes, I do. I had one shaped as a car. It was a Corvette. And you put so D, back in the olden days, we used to have tapes with movies on them that you had to be kind and rewind. So you had to rewind them before you took them back to the video store. And because it took so long to rewind it in the VCR, you wanted to watch the next movie. We bought these VCR rewinders that sat next to the VCR, and you pop the tape in, rewind it on that, and then you can watch the next movie or tape your next show.
Hey, look, I used to work in the video department at Kroger when I was 16, and I was the one that people hated because I was like, you didn't rewind your tape. That's like an extra $1.
Okay, so you guys want to know why nobody heard of this film is because Star Wars Episode 4 came out, or Episode 5 came out.
Oh, Empire Strikes Back came out in 1980.
Oh,
yeah.
And was there also
there you go.
Was there also an Indiana Jones movie in 1980? Maybe. But
I think so.
Empire Strikes Back did E.T. come out in 1980 as well?
82 was E.T.
Okay. So, but 1980 was Empire Strikes Back, and it dominated the box office. And when I say dominated, Empire Strikes Back ran for like 6 months in the theaters. That was, of course, you only had one theater in town that played one movie. So, by the time everyone saw it, it took 6 months. But Molly Daniels saying, I'm thinking we got our VCR in 1980 or 86. we didn't even have cable until 1985. Yeah, I didn't have cable until 1989.
Wow. We never had cable. I was a deprived child.
Yeah.
I didn't have cable either. I lived on a farm, no cable.
Eli T. Cash chimed in and said, "Oh my yog, a sign of the apocalypse. D one-upped Johnny. Yes, the end of the world is upon us, folks."
Wait, she eats cereal and one-upped you. I mean, this is an epic show today. We're going to have a Hallmark moment for our show.
I even surprised you the other day because I knew who the Powerpuff Girls were. And you were like, oh, I'm shocked.
Speaking of the Powerpuff Girls, we cannot leave without sharing this because we are running a contest, a fan art contest. So here's how this is going to work. I had a brain cramp for a minute. We are giving away $100 to a fan who creates a piece of artwork with me, Dee, Sarah, Willow, any of us singular or combined that we can put up on our Facebook page. Is going to be voted on by our audience, and the one that gets the most votes within a 4-week period wins. And the deadline to submit is February 15th. And from February 15th through the middle of March, whichever piece of fan art gets the most votes wins $100. And we've already had one submission. This is from Dave Mattingly.
I look angry. Man. This is because you make me get up at 8:00 in the morning on a Saturday. That's exactly right. There we go.
We have been recast as the professor and the Powerpuff Girls. I love this.
I love it too.
And Dee knew who the Powerpuff Girls were, and I about lost my
I
mind.
didn't know their names, and John was like, "What?"
But what are they made of?
Sugar and spice and everything nice. Is that right? I can't remember.
And Chemical X.
Oh yeah.
Chemical X.
And the big bad in the Powerpuff Girls, their main villain was Dee.
Mojo Jojo.
Mojo Jojo.
Mojo Jojo. Okay.
We love Mojo. I know what I'm getting Dee for Christmas. A Mojo Jojo bobblehead pop.
I want a Bubbles.
Oh, no.
Because I'm Bubbles.
Mojo Jojo. Anyway, hey, before we leave you guys, make sure you follow, find, and support all of our co-hosts. Sarah at author Sarah Jenkins on Instagram.
John,
Willow's...
you can do new loot.
I know, because we're running short on time.
Oh,
so,
but I wanted to show everybody my new shirt.
Well, stand up and show it. Here, I'm
Okay.
going to put you center screen
Okay, you
so
don't have to do
everyone
that.
can see.
Look,
Yeah.
look.
Oh, wait. Hold on. That's wait. What's happening? What's happening here? Oh, the technology is not cooperating.
Okay.
All right, here we go.
Okay. Look, can you read it? Is it backwards?
I'm too much. If I'm too much, then go find less. I love it.
Isn't
I
that
love it.
awesome? I
That
like
is a
this. It's good.
great way to end the show. So I think we're just going to keep Dee center stage for the rest of the time.
Why? I hate it when you do that.
I know. But follow Dee at Dee Bartee Photography or Dee Bartee Photo. Willow, find her at Willow Skylor, and of course at author Sarah Jenkins. Everywhere on the web. You can find me pretty much everywhere too. JohnPyka.com. But
Molly
hey,
says she loves it. Thank you, Molly.
while we are making the switch over, I just want to say hello to our other cereal box friend, Keisha Acuff.
Hi.
Dee, Sarah, and I have to run. It's my daughter's 19th birthday today, Willow, so I'm not going to be able to stick around.
Happy
But
birthday to your daughter.
yes, I'm super excited. And yesterday we found out, if you guys weren't watching, that Amy Yazbek's favorite cryptid is the kappa from Japan, the frog with the bowl in its head that you have to get to tip his head and spill the water out. And we learned about the squonk. and you need to, Cryptid Crunchers, you need to do some
We're
research
actually going to be
on
talking about
squonk.
the frogman from Loveland.
Oh, the Loveland frog.
So yeah, she mentioned that yesterday as well, and it's like, oh, we got to switch over.
Guys
That's
have no
awesome.
idea how much you just gave me a heart attack because Johnny was like, "Yeah, Copa," and I was like, "Did I research the wrong thing?
No,
Am I already messing up this early in the morning?" I feel like I was having a slight heart attack, Johnny. Thank you.
Well, so with that, Sarah, Dee, and I are going to sign out, but I'm going to run this one more time. If you like what we're doing, make sure you share it everywhere that you can. The Multiverse FunRaiser is going on for 8 hours today, and you can pop in and join us and have a great time. And with that, Dee and Sarah and I will say farewell, and we'll catch you on the back of the cereal box.
Our charity partner for this year's Multiverse fundraiser is the John Ritter Foundation for Aortic Health. They exist to spread awareness of aortic health and prevent unnecessary suffering through genetic research, widespread education, and radical advocacy. Simply click on the link at our website, www.themultiversefundraiser.com, that says donate here, and that will take you to our Just Giving link. All donations go directly to the John Ritter Foundation for Aortic Health. As a bonus, every $10 donation that you give enters you into our sweepstakes to win fantastic prizes. All information can be found at our website under giveaway. So thank you for watching and thank you for supporting.
Hi.
Y'all caught me. I was behind the scenes eating and drinking. Shh.
That's
I got a
okay.
piece stuck in my tooth.
All right, so yesterday we found out that Amy Yazbek likes the Kappa, and she mentioned the Loveland Frogman, and that's so much better than showing off creatures that are alive now that should not be.
To be on the fair side, though, some of those are pretty sweet looking.
Like, okay, yeah,
They should not exist.
Yeah, like there's fish, like the angler fish. Like, what the heck? What the heck is the angler fish? It has this little line that sticks out of his head and lights up. Like, I don't know.
It's adorable in its own way.
The person who created that must have been drunk. We're just gonna stick this in the water, and it has jagged teeth.
Let's pretend this is a real creature. Ooh.
But yeah, apparently there's a frogman that's haunting Ohio, Loveland, Ohio. I'm gonna get a picture. But here's the thing about this. Here's the thing about this. Okay, so story is that this thing was seen by some salesperson driving from one job to the next, and he saw these creatures on the side of the road just talking amongst each other, and they stood up and they were like 4 feet tall, looked like frogs, and they had wands. So
were there any illicit things involved in this? Because I feel like
there had to have been, because that
was during. I think
this was like 1955 or something like that.
There was.
Sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Okay, so 1955 was like the first sighting. There was a couple sightings in 1972.
That's the one.
And
I was like, if it was in 72, definitely there was something off about that human. He was on something or coming home from a drink, because however, I would pay to see a couple frogs talking by the side of the road with big wands. That just sounds pretty cool to me.
So yeah, we have Crayle that's going to be monitoring us. I don't know if she wants to be part of the show or not, so I'll wait for her to respond. But yes, I have a picture of I think this was from the video that was found of the frogman that was spotted in 1996 or 2016. Sorry, that was one of the last sightings ever of the frogman. Apparently, there was a couple that was playing Pokemon Go that had spotted this. Yeah.
Honestly, that sounds
so.
Did you say that was in 2016?
2016.
Pokemon Go supposedly didn't come. I don't think it came out till 2017, because I started playing the night it came out, and now I'm gonna check my game because it tells you what date that is. I mean, I don't play regularly all the time, every day. That's not the point here. But I think it was in 2017. I'm going to check real quick just because now I'm curious. Okay. Oh, okay. No, they must have. Okay, I was wrong. The reason why I had it off is I started playing on 7/7 of 2016. So for some reason, I thought it was 7/7/17. We're good. I was just checking the facts. Want to make sure that everything we feed you is kind of...
Yeah, the information might be a little jumbled, but I will try to see if I can find that video. I tried looking on YouTube, and I just saw a bunch of randos talking about it, and apparently the video was taken down from YouTube. So anyway, so Crayle's not going to join us, but she was excited about the news that we are at $610 of our $2,000 goal for our donations. So good on you. I love you for that. Yeah, she was excited. She was just going to pop in and tell us that and run. But so yeah, $610. That's exciting. So on this, there's a scroll going. You guys, please donate. There, we do have prizes to be won. So yeah, Frogman. Yeah, this thing, I don't know. How do you feel about them having wands?
See, that's the part that throws me off. Like, if you told me that there was two frogmen just chilling by the side of the road talking, I would have been like, cool. But then they had to throw the wands in it, and that throws me off. Like, I'm like, I could believe it up until the wands. Like, I know that's not how that's supposed to be, but yeah. So, like, I'm like, okay, I get it. Are they wizard wands? Like, are they fairies? Are they wizards? What are they?
That's not really explained. It was just the guy that... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Maybe it wasn't wands at all. They were having a stick fight. I could go with that.
Yeah, their conversation apparently got really heated, and
I'm looking at the comments, guys. Sorry, you guys see me look to the side and start laughing.
Carl Winsman says the wands were the questionable thing. Okay, so there are little people out there that may like the color green, so I'm not questioning that. The fact that, there are, maybe a group of people that actually went out and were conversing on the side of the road, but it's, the wand thing gets me about this. Like, how much did the salesperson have to drink?
Yeah, we're going with drinking. This is a PG-13 show, guys. I was thinking since it was frogs, it would have been mushrooms or something. So
Crayle with exactly. How do we not know it was a stick fight? Middle of the night, people just wanting to have a stick fight. I mean, people do it with the.
I've actually done that before in the rain, so I can see that happening. I have friends that I did that with. As an adult, guys, that explains my whole life story right there. Oh, yeah.
Carl, chant, "We are the frogmen, we cause a fight, we challenge you to a stick fight." Okay.
Yes, I like it. That's our new chant. So there's also reports that instead of looking like a frog, it looks like a lizard, but without a tail.
Maybe, yeah, a gecko, or but it just, the fact that there was a group of them, like one thing said there was 2 of them on the side of the road, and then there was like 3, and I'm so confused about this story, because it's like, who can people keep their story straight?
Oh, Willow, when you were doing some research, did you see that there is a musical?
Oh no.
You have to say the musical's name though, because I can't. I'm a good person. No. Not saying you aren't, Willow. No, so there was a musical that, sorry if I'm looking over the side. I have my notes over there, so but in May of 2014, the Loveland Frog Legend was actually made into a musical called Hot Damn, It's the Loveland Frog. So if anybody is curious, y'all should find that and watch it, because that sounds like a good time. There's a stick fight in it.
Carl with, "Oh well, that makes all the difference. Everyone goes carry wands."
I will be right back. I have to look my notes,
maybe they were carrying their own tails. That's why. But I don't know. Just last I checked, tails don't light up.
Did we not just talk about the anglerfish? Doesn't their little thingy light up?
Case in point, yes. Okay, so yes, the things that exist in real life that shouldn't. Yes, the anglerfish with that weird hanging ball thing.
I believe anything after an anglerfish. So,
Molly Daniels says, "And here I thought they sold auto insurance."
Yeah, they do. They're not really good at it though. Actually, I think if a big walking frog that was like 4 foot tall came to my door and was like, "Would you like to buy auto insurance?" I would be like, "You are heckin' right. I would buy that from you any day." So just throwing that out. If anybody wants to sell me insurance, just show up in a frog costume.
See, and then maybe it's similar to like the Michigan frog thing, where only certain people see them come to life,
only
and dance and.
I mean, I believe
hello, my baby. Hello, my darling.
Okay, so Oh my gosh, you guys have no idea how hard this morning is for me because I'm trying to stay on point. Because for those of you that are regular watchers of Cryptid Crunch, you know that both Willow and I are.
We don't do this show early in the morning like this. It's usually late at night.
And at night, we just let everything go. We're like, are we going to talk about the subject today? Probably not. We eventually get around to it. But this morning is going a little too smoothly, and like I feel off. Like it feels weird. It feels not me, guys. Let's derail this train first. No.
Well, let's catch up with what's been happening on your farm. First of all, how's your birds and your animals?
I was actually, so if you guys don't, normally I'm sitting in the dark. The light thing is off. I don't like this. But I wasn't sure if you guys could actually hear. I have roosters crowing behind me because I moved my stuff out into the living room so that way I had a little bit more light, and you couldn't see my husband sleeping behind me in the background. So everything's going good. I did wake up to the news that I no longer have an OB for my baby. So the hospital that I'm going to is shutting down, and the other hospital that I was going to prior shut down. So I'm like, okay, apparently I'm popping a baby out at home in a couple months. So we'll see.
Get yourself a little kiddie pool and have a little water birth. What? I'll be here to coach you through the whole thing. And,
I'll just have you online. Oh, see, this is
I'm sure I could find you a doula to talk you through everything.
The closest doula that I was looking into is like 2 hours away from me. I seriously live in the middle of nowhere, guys. If you look out my back window, let me see. I don't know if you guys will be able to see. Oh, it's so bright.
The glare.
So, it's too bright out there. We keep that closed for personal reasons. No. So that's all, like, for miles that way, it's nothing but cornfield. The actual village that I live in, because I don't live in a town or a city, I live in a village. Even to get to the village that I am part of, it takes 5 minutes drive that way to get to my village from my house. So yeah, I'm just gonna, you know what? I told my husband I'm gonna pop this baby out in the barn, and that way I can just tell people when they sit there and go to my child, were you born in a barn? My kid can go, well, as a matter of fact, I was. So, because I have a feeling that's how that's gonna work.
Away in a manger.
Carl, we got some comments going.
Yep. Okay. So yeah, Donna, Carly with their bait, it lures the fish that the anglerfish eats. And that explains the wand thing with the frogs. Maybe they were trying to lure. They were trying to lure the salesman or whoever to, attack them. And Carl with actually shocked to see Keisha in the daylight.
Yeah, I told you guys, I am not a day person. If I could just live fully in the darkness, I would. Which is why I'm on Cryptid Crunch.
And one of our hashtags, Keisha be driving me crazy, but stay this morning. What is this? Yeah.
I told you. We're just not allowed to stay on the tracks. It's not how this works.
But Molly Daniels understands it's the hormones. It's okay. And then Carl with need to find an ancient wise woman out there.
Unfortunately, I don't think we have any ancient wise women out here. I mean, depends on how.
Donna, would you like to step in and be our ancient wise woman? But please don't throw your book at me for saying that.
Wait, did you call out for that?
Donna.
I love you, Donna. Remember, she is the one that said it. I am innocent. Yes, but everything else out on the farm is going okay. We still have not been able to catch the mink that is in our barn. So every once in a while we find one of our chickens, or we haven't lost any more of our turkeys or our ducks because I think the mink is afraid of them. They are crazy. So I think the mink's just like, I'm just not gonna try that. But every once in a while we go out and find a chicken that's been attacked, and it's rather sad. But yes, Crayle over here in the comments, saving the day. Crayle,
I'll come deliver your baby. I have successfully rooted several spider plant babies, so that's the same thing, right?
You know what, Crayle? Even if it's not delivering my baby, I have like 50, not even joking, spider plants with babies upstairs in my plant room that need rooting out. So I mean, like, come just help me with that, okay? And then we'll talk about delivering the baby later.
Donna with, I don't know nothing about no babies. Yeah, it's okay. I'm sure we'll all come together and figure this baby thing out.
Yes. And the thing about me, you guys, I know a lot of you are normal. Okay, I can't call you guys normal. Okay, so a lot of you are viewers that are on here quite often when we have our shows. Know already that I have something called agoraphobia. And so the fact that they are moving my doctor and my hospital is shutting down completely, I woke up to a heart attack. Like, my cousin is a nurse at the hospital that is closing down that I am going to, and she was posting about everything, and like I was just having a slight heart attack this morning when I woke up, because I was like, I had to convince myself to go to the new location because I was used to the old location where I had my previous child. And now I'm like, oh no.
It's okay, Keisha. We'll get through this.
The closest hospital to me now is over an hour away in a big city. And whew, y'all, we are gonna have some fun with this.
Does your doctor house calls by any chance?
No. So
because there's no way that if your water breaks, there's no way that is going to last an hour to get you to the hospital.
That's what I said. I'm like, what am I supposed to just stop in a cornfield? Like, between here and the next hospital is pretty much all cornfields until I get to the actual city that the hospital's in. And I'm like, so I guess I'm just giving birth either in my barn or in a cornfield somewhere in the middle of the night, because I feel like that's when it's going to happen. So,
all right, we're going to put a call out. We need someone in your area that is a doula or some
in Illinois. Come see. That way I don't have to leave my house at all, because that would be joyous to me.
And I like we're doing for this fundraiser, we'll take up a collection.
Yes.
If we need to.
The fundraiser, do we want to just give them a small reminder as to why we're here rambling?
Yes. Okay, so why are we here today? We're raising money for the Ritter Foundation for Aortic Health. Where is my video? Here it is.
Our charity partner for this year's Multiverse FunRaiser is the John Ritter Foundation for Aortic Health. They exist to spread awareness of aortic health and prevent unnecessary suffering through genetic research, widespread education, and radical advocacy. Simply click on the link at our website, www.themultiversefunraiser.com, that says donate here, and that will take you to our Just Giving link. All donations go directly to the John Ritter Foundation for Aortic Health. As a bonus, every $10 donation that you give enters you into our sweepstakes to win fantastic prizes. All information can be found at our website under giveaway. So thank you for watching and thank you for supporting.
All right, so the police reports of the Loveland frog. On March 3rd, 1972, at 1 a.m., Loveland police officer Ray Shockey was driving on Riverside Drive near the Totes Boot Factory and the Little Miami River when an unidentified animal scurried across the road in front of his vehicle. The animal was fully illuminated in his vehicle's headlights and described as 3 to 4 feet long and about 50 to 75 pounds. With leathery skin. He reported spotting the animal crouched like a frog before it momentarily stood erect and to climb over the guardrail and back down towards the river. 2 weeks after the incident, a second Loveland police officer, Mark Matthews, reported seeing an unidentified animal crouched along the road in the same vicinity as Shockey's sighting. Matthews shot the animal, recovered the body, and put it in his trunk to show Officer Shockey. According to Matthews, it was a large iguana, about 3 to 3.5 feet, and he couldn't immediately recognize it because it was missing its tail. Matthews speculated the iguana had been someone's, either got loose or was released when it grew too large. According to Matthews, Shockey was shown the dead iguana and confirmed it was the animal seen 2 weeks previously. Matthews recounted the incident to an author of a book about urban legends, but says the author omitted the part that confirmed that the creature was an iguana rather than a frogman. Matthews also recounted the frogman story in 2016, again on WCPO Channel 9. Yeah. So, could it possibly be that the frogman was just an overgrown iguana?
So here's my take on this. Since we are all part of the nerdy and geeky culture here, my brain is like, somebody was just cosplaying and it got a little out of hand. So I don't know. Was there any, I doubt there was any conventions going on back then, but I really hope there was, because that would be great. Was there like a scary movie that came out that year that people awesome?
Maybe. I mean, the 1972 horror movies. Yeah, I'm sure there was.
It would also be like a toddler, because it says that it's 3 to 4 feet tall and only about 50 to 75 pounds. Yeah. Okay. Sorry. Looking at my notes. So, like, my daughter, she's only 36 pounds and she is 5. So the creature had to have been like a 13-year-old. Like, is that a thing? Maybe no. But I feel like it was just a kid that was like, I made this cool costume. I'm going to go mess with people.
Yep.
Eli T. Cash said, in the 70s, you did see a lot of B movies. So
yeah, there was definitely, like, around that time, there was definitely like all these like movie horror movies, like The Mosquito, and but yeah, the artist's rendition of the Frogman, what it may have looked like.
Updated artist rendition. For those of you that don't see what we're seeing right now, that are listening to this on playback, so it definitely looks like it is not a hand-drawn picture. This is animated, and it looks, I'd say, early 2000s quality. It's nice. I like it. I'm feeling it. The legs look a little too thin on the rail. I'm trying to explain this to you as best as I can, you guys. And for some reason, it has a very spiky back. Cute butt, you know. Eyes are a little wonky. I don't know why it's going one way, but looking at us. the shadows don't really like. There would have to
No.
be the car would have to be going towards the railing, like off the road, in order for the light to hit at that angle. I'm just analyzing this too much, guys. You can go.
Yeah. But no, it like okay, in my mind, you know, if I was the salesman or the police officer, and why did you shoot at an iguana?
Why did you have a gun?
He's a police officer, but
Oh,
still,
okay.
why would
I thought it was
like,
a salesman. My brain was all jumbled up.
you see something like that? Why would you shoot? Like, why wouldn't you try to just scare him? Why would you shoot an iguana? Anyway, but yeah, if I was them, I'd be like, my first response would be like, oh, it's just some creature, and then just honk my horn at it. I mean, that's what, you know, we do. And,
See, and that's why you and I are so different, Willow. You're sitting there going, beep, beep, get out of the way. And I'm like, let's be friends. So that's where my headspace is at, guys. I would definitely be friends with a 4-foot frog. I mean, that sounds kind of awesome. I would probably take him or her anywhere with me and be like, this is my friend Frog.
It had a deadly weapon. Good point.
I mean, it depends on if it was a good frog or a bad frog. Like, I feel like a good frog would be like, I'll grant your wishes. And a bad frog would be like, here, you're on fire. So, there's that. Oh, Eli T. Cash
yeah,
commented and said 2000s era Photoshop with Keisha Acuff. So fun fact, I did take Photoshop in 2000-ish, and guess what? I still have them, and they are that bad. I took a fish tank and put it on this like random desk with like I photoshopped the ocean into it, and it just looks awful. That is why we leave all the photoshopping to Carl Witzman, because he is much better at it than I am. I took classes for years in Photoshop, and if you put Photoshop in front of me right now, I would make a beautiful frog photo just like the one that was shown earlier.
Must be a damn scary B movie to freak a cop out like that. Hey, people gotta so funny story about horror movies and things that scare grown-ass men. Aliens scared my father-in-law to the point where he drove home with the dome light on.
That sounds beautiful.
So what happens? Apparently, according to your rooster, it's time to wake up.
Oh, can you actually hear him in the background now?
Yes.
Sorry about that, guys.
No, because like earlier, I actually thought it was your daughter making noises.
No, I banished my children from the house for the weekend, so that way I didn't have any distractions. But then I forgot I live on a farm. So.
Hey, so it was Ohio, not Florida, but I mean the Miami River, I think, does go into Ohio. And I like this shoot first, question the lizard later, which is a typical mentality of American cops, I guess.
That honestly, yes. In America, I feel like that is a very real thing. Like, let's not shoot things before we question them. Okay, even if it is a 4-foot lizard frog thing. Okay, we calmly walk up to it and ask it its name. If it does not croak, then we take it into custody and try to get some answers.
You can tell the total difference from the mentality of a Canadian compared to the mentality of an American.
I am one of those people that would see like a very dangerous animal and be like, "Oh, this is my new friend." I'm the one in the horror movies that dies first. That's how this is going, guys.
And yeah. So, but yeah, no, this is just crazy how these stories go way out of whack, where someone sees something like that and it's like, oh, we're just gonna open fire and just, you know, and show this iguana off and be, hey, I saved the town from the frogman.
But did they barbecue it and try to eat it? Because I feel like that's a very American thing to do. Like, I feel like you see a new animal, you shoot it, you fillet it, and then you eat it. Is that not? I feel like you're the outsider here. Is that what you would expect from the U.S.?
Like, absolutely. Like,
That's what
I mean, what does it taste like? Could an iguana be barbecued? I'm sure it could, but I'm not.
Entire restaurant here dedicated to alligator meat. You can go and just eat gator meat. So I mean, seeing a big frog-like lizard, I feel like they would serve that up for that as well. Yes. Oh, Carl knows the way to my heart. Carl Witzman said, use some Baby Ray's sauce. If it was not meat or anything humanoid, I'd probably eat it. Like, give me a walking carrot, and that thing is delicious. But an animal humanoid thing, I would feel too bad about eating that. It's my bleeding heart, guys.
Okay, so I found the video.
Sweet.
From 2016. All right. Now, let's see if I can.
As a side note, while she is getting that up and running, can we all please go back to playing Pokemon Go and getting out in the world? Because I feel like that was lost. And we need to find that again, because when Pokemon Go first came out, me and my husband would spend hours going around to different landmarks collecting Pokeballs, and there would be a ridiculous amount of other people, kids, adults, teenagers, pretty much all the spectrums there playing the same game. And now the only way I make friends on Pokemon Go is, not even kidding, we were sitting at a Pokestop one day and we were getting some things, and a big truck, like 4 times the size of our vehicle, pulled up next to us and rolled down their window, and here we are thinking we're having a heart attack, and she pokes her head out and she's like, "Are you guys playing Pokemon Go?" And we were like, "As a matter of fact, we are." And she was like, "Okay." So now we have a new friend called Kim, and we play Pokemon Go with her on a weekly basis.
Donna says we do that with Munzie rather than Pokemon. So
there's not a big Munzie community around here, though.
I'll put a Munzie out there in the middle of nowhere for you, Keisha.
Thank you, Carl. I appreciate that. You guys have to teach me how to use it, though, because I have no idea what Munzie is, other than the fact that you and Donna play it.
Okay.
Get it working yet?
Yeah, sorry.
Okay.
Here we are. Can you guys see it?
I can see the screen, so go ahead and push play and we'll see if it works.
I'm not sure. Okay, that did play. I'm not sure, but I feel like that definitely looked off. Oh, you're muted.
We didn't actually get to see the video part. It didn't play for
No?
our end.
Oh, shoot. Okay. Okay. Let's do that one more time. All right. Can you guys see it?
Push play and see if it works. Yeah, because it's not playing the actual video for us. Shucky darn heckin'.
Is it playing now?
Nope. It might be like blocked or something like that from streaming anywhere, which might be our problem.
Okay. Let's stop sharing. Okay. Sorry about this, guys. All right. Can you see that it's on YouTube?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, okay. We
There
see
you
some or something now.
Okay.
He's so cute. Just looks like little floaty lights.
That's just it. Like it. I don't know. I can't say that.
If that is a giant frog man, I have lots of those in my yard at night during the warmer months.
I don't know if that. I don't know. That to me does no. It just looks like two LED or like two headlights on
It actually looks like the two
on a
lights
box.
you on the screen in the sky, the two stars down there.
Yeah,
It just looks like two floaty stars.
because don't frogs usually? Yes, that is the only video evidence. 16. And this is the last time anything has been said about the frogmen.
Well, that's no fun.
At least online, anyway. So I don't know. I'm gonna chop this up to whoever that whatever the cop shot definitely was, just a weird lizard walking around. Whatever the salesman saw in 1955 probably again was just frogs, a group of frogs. But the wand thing is definitely throwing me off.
Again, yeah. The wand thing is the hard.
Something had to have been involved, drinking, drugs, or otherwise. Yeah, but that floating thing with the lights, that definitely seems like a box with like a flashlight or something on it.
It's unfortunate. I really wanted some cute lizard people.
I mean, okay, so if you guys happen to see, the frogman on the side of the road playing with wands, please let me know. But
send them my way.
Otherwise, I'm going to chop this up to being, false. The frogman doesn't exist.
I am going to take the other stance and say frogman does exist, but he's not holding a wand.
He's holding his tail?
No, stick fight.
Stick fight. Okay.
Because I can believe it up till the wands. So
Carl with, it's like Pokemon, except you might get eaten by an iguana if you're not careful.
I can live with that.
He has those light up tennis shoes. At least he's cool. So okay, I can see that being more realistic of someone walking down the path or whatever with those light up shoes. Maybe the frogman is just a good at avoiding the paparazzi. Oh yes, just like just like Bigfoot.
Oh, maybe they're BFFs.
Maybe.
I can definitely see Frogman, and there's a big height difference there, though. I don't know. I do have a lot of tall friends, so never mind. I can see that happening. Everybody's
look at the video again, but look down the shoes. Like, okay, I need to rewatch this video. Apparently,
that's since it's supposed to be in the water. I think.
Yes, that's the reflection of.
Come on,
but yes,
Carl.
Again, it's. Again, it's just a box with flashlights taped to it.
I'm okay with that, though.
You people disappoint me.
Stop hurting my feelings by telling me things don't exist. It makes me sad.
Oh, Crayle's popping in. Hey, Crayle, what do you think?
Hi, beautiful.
Is the frogman true, or is it just a figment of our imaginations?
I think the frogman is a cover-up for something way weirder. They were just like, you know what? Let's make up a story that sounds like a drunk person thought of it, and that'll keep people dissecting that over and over again instead of investigating the real, like, corn creature of Ohio cryptids, okay? We need to protect their privacy. Somebody bring me an iguana body stat.
Oh, okay. So, okay. I get what you're saying. It's a bait and switch.
It's like a deformed alligator or something like that was born just different without a tail and can walk upright. Like, I believe that. I would definitely be like, okay, cool. This is my new best friend. It might eat me, but come here, friend. Is that not Crayle, I feel like you would do the same thing.
Oh, I definitely would. I definitely would. If
so
this happened to me in real life.
The ones that are dying first off in a horror movie. Like, but we made a new friend on the way.
All right, so
Multiverse FunRaiser has been posting some good stuff.
Although there is a lot of new Bigfoot videos going public every day, which but again, not substantial evidence that Bigfoot actually exists because it's always grainy video.
I know, like, I have an iPhone, and if I try to even take a grainy video, it's like, here's high def. And I'm like, well, how do people still not take good videos? Like, my phone has a corrector on it that even if it is grainy, it'll be like, hey, we fixed your video for you so it wasn't grainy. And I'm like, oh, thanks.
Maybe that's part of Bigfoot's powers, like, how vampires don't show up on camera or in mirrors at all. So maybe Bigfoot, like, there's interference in the air all around him, and that is the high def.
I like it, Crayle. Maybe we should invite Crayle to come on.
Static electricity.
Yeah. See, that I can believe. I can do that. Yeah.
I love the Carl. I could see the dude at the Pentagon. We must take the focus off the airbase. The real horrors were the friends we made along the way.
Oh, don't forget to say who's commenting for the people that.
Oh yeah, so that was Phoenix Sisters. The Multiverse FunRaiser says, "Baby, I was born this way."
It's probably a good thing if whoever's working the Multiverse FunRaiser account right now was born without a tail and walking generally upright. Probably anyway.
Yes. Oh,
I mean, I feel I feel bad for those of I'm allowed to say this because I'm short, but I feel bad for those of us who are short statured who get put in the cryptid.
They actually, I think I'm considered elf height. There's like a chart where you're like an orc or an elf or a.
I'm a hobbit. I'm
honest. I don't know. I'm 5'1.5", guys. So I could probably fit 2 of me in my suitcase, which now I'm gonna go try that after the show. Because I have a rather large suitcase, and I'm curious. So
I'm curious. What is your height there, Crayle and Keisha? What are your guys' heights?
I'm 5'6".
Okay.
So.
Tall people.
I feel like that's not that tall. I don't know.
I'm 5'1.5". You hover over me, I feel like.
That's true. I mean, out of like my biological family, I'm like one of the shortest women though. Like my sister, or not even women, just like my sister is about 2 inches taller than me, and then my brother. So my sister's 4 years younger than me and 2 inches taller. My brother's almost 8 years younger than me, and he's like 6 inches taller.
You know how I feel, Crayle?
How?
My 13-year-old is about a foot taller than me, and he uses me as an armrest. No, like we will be out and about, and he'll just come up and he'll use me as an armrest, and I'm like, excuse me. So I will always be forever short. However, woot woot, I am a couple inches short or taller than my mom, so at least I wasn't as short as her.
It's the little things in life.
It
like
is.
Keisha.
She's our little pocket-sized friend.
Willow,
what's up? She's also 5'6". Okay, so I know on my driver's license I have it as, I'm fairly certain I have it as 5'6", but
and you thought
clearly that needs to be updated because I swear I shrank. And I really hope it has nothing to do with old age.
I feel like you guys are just lying to me. Oh, I'm no, I am short. I go to so my son is in basketball, and I go to his basketball games, and I'll sit there, and 95% of the kids he goes to middle school with, he's still in middle school, are taller than me. And I feel inferior now. But
there are days.
Places, so
you're taller than my stepmom. She's 4'9", so
that's how big my mom is. Yes.
John says that he's 6'2", which in many ways that could be in the cryptid category. But you know what? 6'1". 6'1" is a typo.
Apparently,
but yeah, no. For some reason, I have so much trouble hanging jackets up now. Like I'm on my tippy toes and I can barely reach the hook. And I swear I'm shrinking. It's either that or my husband's playing tricks on me and making the hooks higher.
I'm honestly proud. I really don't want to measure myself now. I may have shrunk over the years. Oh no. But Phoenix Sisters says, Keisha, you're just one size. So
it's all fun.
Hey guys, we are getting to the top of the hour, so you know what that means. We get to throw out some fundraiser details.
Yay! All right.
Our charity partner for this year's Multiverse FunRaiser is the John Ritter Foundation for Aortic Health. They exist to spread awareness of aortic health and prevent unnecessary suffering through genetic research, widespread education, and radical advocacy. Simply click on the link at our website, www.themultiversefunraiser.com, that says donate here, and that will take you to our Just Giving link. All donations go directly to the John Ritter Foundation for Aortic Health. As a bonus, every $10 donation that you give enters you into our sweepstakes to win fantastic prizes. All information can be found at our website under giveaway. So thank you for watching and thank you for supporting.
And once again, we are up to $610 of our $2,000 goal. So thank you very much, everyone who has donated so far.
Can I pop in a note about the...
Yes,
okay.
please.
We also have a sweepstakes going. We are sending out 3 mystery boxes. They're like blind boxes of a lot of merch, mostly relating to the celebrities we have going on. Like we've got some Three's Company and Problem Child stuff like that. And if you already donated, but you didn't email us, go back to on the website, the giveaway tab, the details to make sure that we know that, you know, you're in the running to get those prizes. Because, I mean, some people are just giving out of like the generosity of their heart, and that's amazing. But if you want prizes, you're eligible for the prizes. So make sure you let us know. And if you donated anonymously and you email us, we'll still keep you anonymous. Okay. It'll just be me and, you know, all my imaginary friends.
Okay, really, to be fair though, you have quite a few imaginary friends, so
Oh no.
You guys,
I wonder if they're friends.
they probably are. My imaginary friends when I was a kid were scared of me because I remember having a conversation with them one time about how technically all I had to do to make them not exist anymore was not think about them.
My imaginary friends ate little children, so I've been broken for a really long time, you guys.
Aww.
But Freddie and George, I have friends from high school and middle school that are still afraid of my imaginary friends, Freddie and George, because apparently I'm a psycho.
Oh.
My imaginary friends eat little children, so
My imaginary friends were scared of me because I had the power to uncreate them, and they just found that really intimidating.
see. Yeah. Do you still talk to those imaginary friends?
So now I talk to myself, and then it's like they pop in, like there's like I think my intrusive thoughts are like my imaginary friends, where they're like, well, you know, I'll be like, gosh, Crayle, don't like cut yourself with the X-Acto knife, cut away. And my imaginary friends are like, well, you threatened to make me not exist, so I don't care if you cut yourself.
See how many fingers you can get. Yeah, see how many fingers you can get in one go, Crayle. So I have intrusive thoughts too, and that is definitely something that my brain would come up with. But the only reason I'm safe now is because my imaginary friends only eat children. Maybe that's why my daughter is afraid of what's ever living in the off room of our house and our basement.
Could this fall under a cryptid situation where people see these things and it's actually their imagination, imaginary friends?
The next show should be, we'll talk about imaginary friends and people.
Absolutely.
I'm curious about this now. You guys, it's not something that I've dealt with, so I definitely want to hear your guys' take on your imaginary friends.
I will see if I'm available. The next episode might be on one of my Dungeons and Dragons days, and that is a priority. I'm sorry.
I know. I got a new set of dice the other day, so I'm really excited for my next D&D campaign. So, who are we seeing next? Who's coming up next on the schedule? Because it is almost go time.
Yeah,
Yep.
so up next is the Indie Comic Creators panel. 3 of our guests are here, and Mog Park, I'm pretty sure it's like 7 or 8 a.m. where she's at, so she might be popping in a little later, but I've got 3 amazing indie creators queued up in the green room,
So we'll hand it over
exactly
to you.
11!
So you guys have a good day, and see you on the 5th of February if you guys are interested in hearing more about us cryptid people.
Bye, guys.
Take care, guys.
Bye. All right, everyone. That was Cryptid Crunch doing a special episode. Amy Yazbek, the founder of the John Ritter Foundation for Aortic Health, which is the organization that we are supporting this weekend with the Multiverse FunRaiser, mentioned that her favorite cryptid is the Kappa, which is a Japanese cryptid who has a bowl of water on his head, and you have to try to get him to tip the water out to defeat him, which was super fascinating. Amy Yazbek might or might not pop in. So, when the most hilarious woman you've ever spoken to suddenly appears, don't be too awestruck. She's a person just like us. She's real fun to talk to. So make sure you ask her or any of my amazing guests on this Indie Comic Creators panel any questions you want in the comments. I'm going to pop them up on screen and we'll do some quick introductions. So I'm just going to go in the order left to right on my screen. So don't take that as any sort of favoritism, because all 3 of the folks in the green room right now are amazing. Right. Dre, how you doing?
Crayle, it's good to see you, my friend. How have you been?
I have been pretty good. It's like my personal life, my family and friends are amazing. My body is like a rotting flesh prison that hates me. So
I agree. I'm in that bracket myself.
Exactly. So Dre of Brutal Planet Comics, I'm just gonna do this one at a time instead of having everybody go around and freeze about when they are and aren't introducing their body of work. I'm gonna put a little graphic I made about you on the screen, and you can tell me about your work, where to find it real quick. We'll cover it again at the end of the episode. And introduce yourself and say exactly what you do for your comic. Are you the writer, the inker, the illustrator, multiple, etc.?
Absolutely. What's going on, everybody? I'm Dre, the Brute Daniels. I am the owner of Brutal Planet Comics, and I am the head writer, director, editor, and producer of Trouble, The Rhythm Within. I do everything except the art because I am all thumbs. But other than that, you can get my comics at spinwiz.com or the Spinwiz app and just type in Trouble or search Trouble. Or if you want personalized versions of them with signatures or whatever special messages, you can hit me up on any of my social media, and I can definitely just mail you some copies, the whole issues. So far, I've produced 7 issues of the series, and I'm about to hopefully finish producing issue number 8. And so this series is finally coming to an end, thank goodness, because I've been burning the midnight oil for years. But it's a very exciting series. It's all about the power of music, and it beckons the question, what would happen if you got a different superpower based on the genre of music you listen to? And it goes into the psychological, mental, physical, and sometimes stereotypical versions of what we view music to be and how it affects us mentally. So it's a very interesting series, and I enjoyed writing it.
Yeah, I love listening to you talk about it. It's on my to purchase list. I swear I'm just catching up. I know so many creatives. Like, I was talking to someone recently about how I don't go to bookstores anymore because I have so many author friends now where it's like, as soon as I have the money, I got to go buy something from somebody I know. And I mean, not to say that creators I don't know are any less, but I mean, there's just something a little bit more cool about being like, hey, I know this guy. So
that's always a great feeling.
yeah, I hope you don't mind sharing the screen with Mr. Rob Multari, Wolfpack for life. He sent me this amazing Nightwolf hoodie. I've been posting pictures wearing it.
For some reason,
all the time.
my volume dropped off. I'm gonna try and back out, come back in.
Okay, well, we'll
Just
do
have to get
Tim's
Ryan.
intro. Cool, yeah, we'll do Tim's intro and just let yourself back in. All right, Tim. Rob decided to screw up my whole left to right plan, so you have to save the show now.
I am ready
save
to
the show.
I am ready to save the show. How's my audio, Crayle?
Actually, I can hear you pretty well. Over
Okay.
in the comments, if any of y'all are having any trouble, definitely let us know. And real quick, Ryan Permison says Wolfpack for life. I'm sure he'll come back around.
Hey, Ryan.
Rob, always technical problems. You know Ryan, don't you, Timothy?
I do. He's a good guy.
Oh, yeah.
I know Dre, too. Hey, it's good to see you, man.
I know, Tim. It's been a minute, big brother. How you been feeling?
I'm been feeling pretty good. I want to congratulate you. And first of all, I want to start off with thank you so much to Crayle and Dre, too, for both of what you do for the indie comic scene. And guys like me, I really appreciate it a lot. And the truth is, we need people like you, and we need what you are doing. And that is not lost on me. And I just wanted to say thank you. I'm grateful.
Tim, you're one of the best in the game. You ain't got to thank me, big dog.
You're very sweet. You're very sweet. But, you know, the truth is, and actually Dre and I have talked about this before, and Crayle and I touched on it, which is, you know, the thing that's hard for us as creators, I think one of them is how do we reach our target audience and how do we connect is how I put it. And, you know, one of the problems that I have, and I think that some of us creators have, is that we tend to overlook the important things. By important things, I mean, it's reaching out and things like this. And it's equally as important to reach out to podcasters and readers and other creators. That's just as important as it is to be making the next story.
Exactly.
Absolutely.
I could not agree more. Absolutely correct.
Yeah, I wouldn't know about lots of indie projects if I weren't in the podcast scene. Like,
yeah. And look, I'll be honest with you. Yeah, Ryan, I'm looking forward to that. He's
looking forward to seeing Timothy in a few weeks on Nerdy Projects. I will be reading comments for anybody who's listening to the audio only. But, you know, when guests want to respond right away, just... Yeah,
well, I've been really lucky, and you know, I've had sort of a blessed year, and I'm so grateful to you guys. And one of the things that I'm going to offer this to both of you right now, because you know, I'm starting to get a little traction with my YouTube channel, right? And how this started was, as you might know, we sort of write songs to accompany the stories that we put out, and they started kind of performing, right? People seem to like them, and then that turned into how can I. Let me say this the right way. I wanted to create a show not too different from what you guys are doing in that it has a little bit of content and maybe gives something back. And what I try to do is I interview the other creatives and we talk about ours is a top 11 list and we talk about our favorite things. And then at the end, of course, generally that person has maybe a Kickstarter or a website, or maybe it's some of them are music guests too, but something that they want to try and promote. And it occurred to me that for the level that I'm at, which is, you know, I'm not into the big leagues like, you know, some of the folks that we're going to meet here today, but I've got to try to give a little something back myself, because the indie creator community and the podcasters too have really been great to me. And it almost seems selfish if I don't try to do something back. Maybe not selfish if you follow me, but I have enough people follow me now to where they might say something like, hey, who's Dre? Who's Crayle? And I should be putting that out into the world, you know, because, you know, when I started, it was, you know, I had my first Kickstarter 2.5 years ago now. That was for the Hunchback book, Crayle. That was the Chronicles Volume 1. And it was pretty well received, right? But it was only, looking back, I was all happy. You know, it was, what was it, $1,500 or $2,000 we raised, and it was 60 some customers. And I thought I was doing great because, of course, it was my first one. Well, now
that is great, but
it's still a good run.
Thank you,
Tim. That's still a good run, man.
Thank you. And where I was going with it was now that book just got picked up by Antarctic. It's coming out in February. under
Nice.
yeah. So
Just for my birthday. Thank you
Yeah.
so much. My 30th birthday, Antarctic Press picked up something by one of my favorite authors.
Yeah. I wanted to say if it wouldn't have been for you, it never would have came out at all. And I've got to make sure that I remain grateful for that and to remember those things, because the people who help, particularly the ones that back the Kickstarters, thank you. If it wasn't for them, that book might never have been made at all. And, you know, to see them getting published, this is the fourth one. It might be the fifth, you know. So like I say, I'm having a pretty good year. The material's very well received and getting good reviews and so forth. And like I say, now my goal is, you know, you see, and now Rob's going to be up here in a minute and we're going to ask him some questions. Okay. But, you know, you see some of these guys that hit, you know, my next goal is 200. And that's going to be for our next one coming out, which we'll talk about that in a moment, if you like. But the, you know, you got these guys, they do, you know, 300 backers in these whopper numbers. Well, that's now the level that I strive for. And how we try to do it is, number one, I hope it's okay to say, you know, when we sit down at the drawing board, we try to make the best product. And Dre knows this one. We look at Image books, we look at DC books, we look at Marvel books, and we say, how can we make a book that looks as good, if not better than that? And, you know, we go through design drafts and, you know, professional lettering and, you know, the best artists we can find. And of course, we're going to ask Rob this. I'm sure he'll have a lot to say about this. But it's 2023. The reality is, Kickstarter is very crowded, and that's putting it mildly. We've got to make sure that we create not only something that's from our hearts, and I think we can all feel that, but something that will rival, if not surpass, the other products that are out there. That's not putting anybody down, you understand. I respect what everyone's doing, but we just have to try and stick out somehow, or our book's not going to get noticed. And yeah. And so what we've tried to do, and as most of you know, it's not necessarily an exclusive partnership, but I have a very good friendship with a fellow by the name of Erwin Arosa. He's one of the, in my opinion, one of the foremost indie artists out there today. Actually, you can see him right there on the Hunchback behind me. You see that guy? It's the black and white version. But so I have a new book coming out with Erwin. And I think that, you know, we're wanting to try new things, right? And when something happens that's a little different, you have to, what I call, lean into it. And somehow, accidentally, I've sort of become known as this science fiction fella. And that is a good thing and a bad thing. And what I mean by a bad thing, I'll talk about that first. I'm not necessarily a hero type of book. My books tend to be, there's many characters, but there's a lot of female characters, and they tend to not really have powers. They're kind of like trying to figure out what to do as they go. And, you know, we have male characters too, but there's never any X-ray vision or anything like that. But there's a lot of robots and whatnot, you see, it's the future. So we said, hey, how do we embrace the sci-fi? How do we embrace the weirdness? And our new title is a cryptid book, and it's called Call of the Cryptid. It's entirely illustrated by Erwin Arosa. And I sometimes say to people, if you liked books like The Hunchback, and if you liked Lost at Sea, you're going to be blown away by the Cryptid book. And if you like monsters and you like weird scenarios, and it's sort of framed along the lines of maybe like the X-Files or the Twilight Zone, the situations are weird. And the premise is, after an alien encounter, a young girl encounters she gains the ability to communicate with cryptids. And basically the deal is, each issue, it's a 4-issue series. It's going to be 96 pages. The first one's almost done. Thanks, Ryan. I appreciate
Ryan
you
says,
a lot, man.
Ryan
He's
says,
the best.
is this the Timothy hour? Because he's rocking it. Yeah.
I'm excited to be here. I hope you can probably tell. It's, you know, full disclosure, Crayle's one of my favorite people. I was really,
oh my God.
I was excited to be invited, and I'm just glad to be here. But
see, I don't mind Tim running it, because I had him on my show. When he gets passionate, he gets to rolling. So I'm like, go on, Tim.
I get excited.
Preach, brother,
I
preach.
get excited. And so that's my new title. And, you know, we take our time. I think we're about, this first issue is going to be 28 pages, and I think we're on page 22 right now. I told Dre this before. I don't do the Kickstarters to raise the money to make my project, I get too nervous to do that because, you know, things happen. So when you see my books on Kickstarter, it's what we call in the can, or at least the art's done, and it maybe 60% of the lettering, something like. In other words, it's almost to the finish line already, because, you know, let's be honest, things happen. People get divorced, people move. You know, sometimes you're dependent on your artist, your designer, your letterer, and you don't want to tell your backers, oh, hey, there's a 6-month delay. Or I had to learn this. There's creators out there that have a year and a half. I just had one. It was a year and a half, and I actually even know the fella, and I wanted to tell him, hey, man, I won't reveal here the guy. He's a nice guy. And like I say, I understand why. But I don't think you can do that to your customers, or maybe they might not come back.
I mean,
and he's absolutely
are those
right about
warnings on all the platforms too that are like, hey, like, you know, the platform is going to do its best to connect the creator with the customer. But I mean, there are some risks. Hey, Tim, real quick, I'm going to put this info up just like I did for Dre, because I don't want to show any favoritism here.
Thank you. Thank you.
Can you tell me, for your comics, so do you do the writing, the art, the inking? Everybody knows you do the promotion. You promote the heck out of Earth Dog Studios.
Thank you for saying. My name's Timothy Fling. I'm a writer from York, Pennsylvania. My whole life, I wanted to be a writer, and I was what you would call a short story writer. And I never gained any traction at all with writing short stories. Of course, that's a different path, right? Like you submit to magazines and you try and get into anthologies and things. And about 2015 or so, 16, hard to believe that's 7 years already. A friend of mine said to me, hey, you ought to try getting some of these illustrated, you know, like a sort of what they might call a graphic novel. Because they, you know, the stories aren't necessarily too comic-y necessarily. Like, I love comics, but I get it that my stories aren't really, like, they're a little bit weird, right? And they tend to be very sci-fi. They're definitely more along the lines of, you know, like a Twilight Zone episode. And I said, sure, man, I'll give it a go. And, you know, I wrote that first book. It's about a robot detective team called Socket. And to be honest with you, that was not very well received. I was new, and, you know, it was, you know, we're learning, right? We learn as we go, and there isn't any kind of college or anything for comics. You have to just sort of jump in the water and start swimming. So I put out the first one, actually, there's 3 issues of that. And when we got to the 3rd one, we set it down and we said, and by the way, I didn't know about Kickstarter yet. That's coming up. And the first book that we made outside of the publisher, I wanted to make it ourselves. It was they're science fiction short stories and collected into an anthology format. And the setting was called The Water Wars. And basically what it did, it showed what happened to regular human people after this cataclysmic event. And in those days, what you do is you print the books yourself and you take them to conventions. And, you know, I was giving them out in those days, just, you know, please notice my book. And that was the first issue was called Water Wars 2288. And almost right away, I started doing better than the other books, and definitely better than my short stories. And nobody told me to stop. So we made number 2. And right around in there, I was having some trading cards designed. And what they were little robots. Like the one guy, he's like lifting this giant weight, doing the cool things that robots do. And it was for the Socket trading card series. And I met a fella by the name of Erwin Arosa. And right away, I was blown away by his art. And I was telling Dre this before. I spent many years as a musician. I'm a bassist, if you're interested in that kind of thing. And I noticed that when you form a creative team, it's a little bit like a band. And by the way, Rob will have something to say about this. He's a musician as well.
Yeah. I brought Rob up on the screen. He'll introduce himself when Timothy finishes up his thought. But continue what you were saying about being a musician. I just
So in short,
had Rob in the corner.
Yeah. In short, I was going to say it's a little bit like when you're in bands and when you meet that person that it clicks and you go, oh, this is my songwriting partner. You know, you get that Lennon McCartney, you know, type of vibe. And when I started pairing up with Erwin, we clicked right away. And our first book that we made was called The Hunchback of Theological Quadrant 19. And there's another couple short stories in there too. But we put it on Kickstarter, and right away it had what I call a favorable critical response. And ever since then, we've worked together in some way on every book that I've done. I consider him he's my partner. And by the way, we're great friends. We're great friends. And by the way, to our friends on the other side of the globe, Happy New Year. It's today.
Right. Well, Rob, I'm gonna do your intro as soon as we get through some of our guest comments, our guests out in the internet sphere. Skylor Productions says, sounds like a book for me, talking about Call of the Cryptid. If you are just tuning in, Willow, Skylor, Keisha, Acuff, and Johnny, our network owner, do a show called Cryptid Crunch on Back of the Cereal Box. You gotta check it out.
Yeah,
you gotta check it out.
Yeah, if you're a cryptid fan, you're gonna dig this one. Each issue will feature a different cryptid, and like I don't want to give too many spoilers or anything away because there's a couple of twists in it. But I will say, it's not what you think.
Right. And John B. Pyka says, hey, didn't we review Lost at Sea on Back Issue Breakfast Club? We absolutely did. That's another great show we do. If you want us to review your comic, get in touch with me or Johnny, message Back of the Cereal Box on any of our socials and be like, hey, I've got this comic I want you to check out. I had one sent to me last week too that I really want to check out from another indie creator over at I don't want to say the name wrong or anything, and we got to get to Rob, but it's a real privilege to work with creators like you is what I'm getting at. I'm so excited about getting to review stuff, like it helps people that I enjoy comics. That's amazing. So anyway, joining us down on the bottom of the screen is Rob Multari of Lone Wolf Comics.
Hello. Thank you for having me. Thank you for the invite. Hi, guys.
Hey, Rob.
Yeah, so I'm Rob Multari. I'm the creator of Nightwolf and the spinoff series Snowpaw. Nightwolf is about a young man who finds out that he's born a werewolf, gets thrown into a supernatural war against demons, witches, vampires, other werewolves. And then Snowpaw, the spinoff series, is about Nightwolf's mentor, but 200 years in the past during her origin story in the 19th century Scotland.
All right. And are you the writer, artist, inker? You're the writer.
So I'm the writer, also letterer, graphic designer. I lay the book out, and do pretty much everything except for the illustration and colors. Much like Timothy.
Right.
Well, Rob, I didn't know you were a letterer, Rob. That's impressive.
I do, yeah. So I'm a graphic and web designer for my full-time job. So for me, being able to play in the print media it's second nature, but it's also more fun because I get to do more things with it than like I normally get to. For example, with like my trade paperback, when I designed the cover, I got to play with that die cut.
Yeah, that's awesome.
So like that's stuff that I
really
do
cool.
for myself that I don't get to play with at work.
That's really cool.
Thank you.
I wish I thought of that.
By the way, I picked up your last book, Rob. I'm about halfway through it. It's really good.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, it's cool. I think I'll just make a quick comment. One thing that Rob does very well, he has a nice sense of character development with the characters. In particular, and I thought this was a bold decision, the Scottish accent. Right. And by the way, I say that because I like stuff like that.
Yeah.
Tell us more. I was going to say, I like characters when we call it, our characters talk a little funny.
Yeah.
So can you tell us a little bit about how you made that decision and also how you learned it?
Yeah. So this kind of goes back to Chris Claremont is a big influence on my writing, and as well as like, he's my favorite X-Men writer, in all the books that he's done for like the X family. And that was, for me growing up in the 80s and 90s, his run on the X-Men have really like heavily influenced me. Still today, I think it's the best, story run for them as well. But so he did a lot of that with like the Irish and Scottish, so I think the way he wrote a lot of that also kind of like, it's how I read it and how it sounds. It made sense to me being a dyslexic. Like I was actually able to kind of like, oddly enough, figure out that because I could say it as it is phonetically and sounds like what they're saying. So to me, that makes sense. but yeah, so for that, I always had been a big fan of his and Wolfsbane in the New Mutants, and then X Factor later on, and Excalibur when she jumped to the different teams. Had always been one of my favorite characters, but I wanted to see more of her. Like, I wanted to see more character development from her, because she always seemed to be that timid, little girl that, they kind of like always had like as a side character, never really a main focus. Even when they did kind of give her a power boost, she still was like a side act and never kind of really grew into her own. So I think that's kind of like where Snowpaw first came from, was out of that love for her and wanting to see her be a bigger character. Which was funny because she, with Snowpaw being such the character that she is, even in Nightwolf, because, she's a secondary character there, she's so, out there and everybody loves her. So that's what spawned her spinoff series. And so I guess it kind of really came to fruition, like what I wanted to see. And, that carried over with the Scottish accent, and, being able to write for a Scottish character for me is fun, because like, even if like a word that I never seen written before, I had to sound it out. And like, I kind of have a conversation with myself in the accent to be like, okay, this is how I think it sounds when I'm writing it.
I thought you did a good job with that, and it's consistent too. Like if they said it that way in the first panel, they say it that way in the 23rd panel, which that's hard. A lot of people miss that.
Yeah. I had to push my my editor to even recognize that too. But I'm like, if I missed it, we need to make sure that we go back and fix it. And like sometimes even my editor missed it, and I'm like, when I'm doing a reread or like have my wife is my like spell checker. Because of my dyslexia, I don't want to send it to like my editor, like, in my dyslexia class.
What, you mind if I ask who's your editor now, if you don't mind disclosing?
So for Snowpaw, my editor is Katrina Rotes.
Oh, I know Katrina. Yeah.
Yep.
Sure. Cool. Yeah, she's real nice.
John B. Pyka says, I love it when creators are inspired by what other creators don't do. And, sometimes you need to fill a creative void. That's true. And Andre Echeverria says, Nightwolf is a phenomenal book. The art and story are great. Great character development. I recommend it to my friends. Hey, if you're just joining us, this is the Multiverse FunRaiser, sponsored by Back of the Cereal Box and the Cereal Box Network. We are raising funds for the John Ritter Foundation for Aortic Health, which is a very important cause. Many people are now able to self-advocate, or family members are able to advocate for their loved ones who go to the hospital with chest pain, making sure that more than just like, oh, well, it's probably a heart attack gets checked, and it saves lives. Okay, because now more and more people know that aortic dissection is a possible cause of some of that chest pain and chest problems that are happening, and people can make sure that their doctors are checking them for that. It's really great. Please donate. Details at www.themultiversefun.com. So fundraiser without the D.com. Meanwhile, if you're just tuning in, this is the Indie Comics Creator Panel. We've got Dre of Brutal Planet Comics, Rob Multaria of Lone Wolf Comics, and Timothy B. Fling of Earth Dog Studios. I want to know, what are some of the pros and cons of being in the indie comics section, like publishing somewhat independently, working with smaller, the people who actually put your physical product out, those companies. I just forgot that. Distribution. There we go. Working with smaller distribution groups. Let's try to go Dre, Rob, Timothy, because Tim already started. He's on top of it this morning.
As always.
I'm coffeeed up.
So that's actually a very good question, Crayle. Like the pros, the pros are some of my favorite pros in the industry. Creative freedom is got to be the biggest pro, being in the indie sphere. You're not worried about, I gotta fit this particular narrative or this particular story and I have to connect it to somebody else's work, or the studio wants me to go a certain direction. I don't have to worry about any of that. I can just kick back, turn my brain on, and then just go and be able to craft something that's beautiful that I can actually hold in my own hands and say that this is my magnum opus. This is my Citizen Kane. Like you can sit there and say that. Another good pro is that you get to meet so many great people. You get to meet so many excellent people because the indie sphere, like I've always said, and I've said to Tim actually before, it is the farmer's market. It is the farmer's market. We all come together. We all bring something different to the table. We all have something that to add. Some like Tim has the musical background. Some of us have like myself, I have a martial arts background. There's a bunch of different backgrounds that come together that be able to help create something beautiful and to make it something with a collaboration. And the collaboration levels is like something that you'll never see anywhere else. And I think it's the greatest creative expression that can actually be done without it being hindered down on any level. Con, money. It's the money. Because usually, of course, if you're part of the big two or heck, big three, if you want to consider Image in there as well, you got to fund everything yourself. Comics cost money. You gotta even on a smaller scale. Let's just say even if you're from a very small perspective, bare minimum, the art's going to cost you some money. That's going to cost you. Let's just say you did like me. I'm a one man show pretty much minus my art. So I saved myself a good amount of money, but nonetheless, production costs, printing costs, shipping costs, like these things can add up. And it was one person I spoke to, I guess a couple years ago now, who once said, if you're just starting in the indie sphere, you have to love the industry because it's going to be a while before you go from red to black. It's going to be a little while. So that's one of the main cons is financing. Financing is a big con. And something, Tim, I'm just still all Tim's bits this morning.
Go ahead.
Reaching the audiences that you're looking for.
Yeah.
It's tough. It's tough reaching your niche audience because, like Tim had mentioned earlier, it's a lot going on. There's a lot of noise on Kickstarter. Everybody's dropping something. Then to have some ways somehow to find your work to stand out and to be like, hey, I'm interested in what Dre's doing. Let me grab that. That is tough. It's really tough because let's face it. And the reality of the situation is we're not as big and don't have the production value. We don't have the distribution value as the big two. It's the reality. That's just how it is. They got millions and billions of dollars to back them. It is what it is. And it's a huge ask. It's a huge ask for the paying customer to be like, hey, roll the dice on me. You have to put them in a particular situation or attract them in such a certain way that they'll be like, hey, I'm going to pick Trouble over the new Batman. You know what I'm saying? You have to put yourself in a really, 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 really good position for the paying customer to be like, I want that over this. So I say that those aspects are the big pros and cons. Now I'll pass it to Rob before Tim goes on another preaching.
Sorry
about that. On Tim, it's pick on Tim day.
It's okay. It's okay.
I mean, yeah. So a lot of it's. I mean, I have the same pros and cons. So for pros for me, I get to follow my dream of being a writer, and I enjoy the not being kind of like stifled by like what a corporation thinks it should be. So being able to tell my story, still being able to do it, and then for me, like I didn't intend to run my own publishing company, and I don't really have an intent on publishing a lot of other things. It's mostly I just want my stories to be out there, and that was for me. Doing it myself, being able to do it myself, without any hindrance as far as like, outside forces, coming and telling me I can't, or just saying, hey, we're not interested anymore. Let's cancel it. So for me, it's like, hey, I can do it myself, whatever. I'm going to keep doing it until people tell me they don't want it anymore, and that's another pro is people tell me they want it, so like have that validation that people will tell me they want to read it. They want more. They're waiting for more. They're like, come on, let's go. A funny pro and a con, I guess. One time I was at a comic convention and a guy had just bought a couple of my books and he bought basically all the ones that I had up to that time. And like the next issue probably wasn't coming out for another month or two. And he come up and he's like, "You son of a bee." And I'm like, "What?" He's like, "It's so good. And you left me at a cliffhanger and you said the next book's not coming out for months." He's like, "You son of a bee." So like stuff like that, it's funny, but like, I that's going to the con side is time. Time is the biggest con for this because, for me, like I work a full-time job. I have a family. I'm running the kids all over their extracurriculars. I'm cooking dinner, which is nice because I work from home. So I'm able to kind of manage that. I'm not doing the commutes and all that stuff. So it saves me a little time. Also, like I don't get a lot of sleep because, when everybody else is sleeping, I'm busy, so like, and, taking time away from, like right now, not particularly like doing this, but like even before I was doing this, I'm working on doing Kickstarter updates. So like all morning I've been like doing stuff instead of like, spending it downstairs with the kids, because I'm off of work. So this is my new other job. Right. So there's taking time away from things. Sometimes, it's a balancing act. You got to find the time to do what you can while not giving up everything. So that's definitely a big con. But, again, my kids, going back to the pros, my kids look up to the things that I do. They love that I, have my characters, my stories. And like now, like, I have this plushie that I'm putting out on Kickstarter right now. And my daughter is like, she wants this. And I'm like, you can't have it until it's over. So it's like, stuff like that, just being able to see the cool stuff that you can create, so yeah, it's just, like I said, time is the biggest con in this whole situation. The money is definitely a big thing. Because that kind of also is like, okay, well, if you don't have enough money, you can't pay the artists, and then that gives, takes time away from that. So you got to make sure you have the money up front, give the artist, then let them, and then you're stuck with waiting for the artist. You have to account for their time, and, like Timothy said, life happens. So, for me, like that's working with 2 series. I've been trying to rotate them. So like while one's being worked on, the other one's being promoted and vice versa. And so that way I'm constantly putting something out and not driving myself nuts going, okay, when's the next page coming? And for me, like I do the same thing as Timothy does. I make sure that the book is completely 100%. Well, he doesn't do it 100%, but I make sure like it's print ready. I'm not going live until that thing is print ready. And I'm the letterer for Nightwolf. So like once I'm done with the letters, boom, I'm off to the races. I'm like, okay, let's go. Same with, but with Snowpaw, I have Dave Lentz, who's my letterer, just because I can't do everything. I don't have the time to do everything. So I thought that was something. With Nightwolf, I wrote most of the 12-issue story arc years ago. So I'm continually lettering it and also kind of updating it a little bit while I'm lettering it. Whereas like Snowpaw is fresh. I'm writing that on the fly and then giving it to the artist. So that's pretty much going to be as done can be, while I'm handing it off. So I felt comfortable giving that to Dave. But again, time, more people, more management,
Yeah. John Pyka, our network owner, is also a creator, and he says, I'm 6 months behind on the League of Impossible, this issue number 2, for that very reason, gigs, jobs, and family. I own my business. I do handmade art, and I'm an editor, and editing, I work with one person at a time, and I can keep things fairly on track there. But time, like Rob was saying, like one of the reasons that I'm so passionate about using any tiny bit of platform I have together to help independent creators get the word out there is when you're the source of the art and your own marketer, it's like every time you spend on the business end takes time away from your art. Every time you spend making new art, you're not selling the art you already made. So that's one of the reasons we're like, hey, talk about your Kickstarters or whatever, because these creators, like, they need all the help they can get. Tim, what are your pros and cons?
I'll keep my answer a little brief because I sort of did mine first. But the pros in my case are that I'm fortunate enough to do what I really want to do. Like I mentioned in my first book, I sort of worked for the publisher, and things have to be a certain way, like Rob said, and it has to depict a certain mindset that they might have in mind for their customer, which is fine. I totally understand. But I'm kind of an unusual fella, so I wanted to lean into the weirdness and to embrace the odd characters, as we've seen with some of Rob's work. So the pros in my case are now I can fully do what I want to do. I would have to agree again with Rob. The con for me is time. Probably saw in one of my Facebook statuses there, like, I can't stop now. There's no time. And there's kind of a famous saying that says something like, time is greater than money. And what they mean by that is that you're not out of money. Well, you can go and you can make some more money. But when we're out of time, So, I try to make my goals at the beginning of the year to hit certain goals. And I wouldn't say I'm the fastest creator. I'm what, Crayle, 3 books. I guess it's 4 books a year now I put out.
I mean, I'm impressed with how fast it comes out because the quality is so high.
You see, Crayle, you gotta remember, Tim, you gotta take everything you say with a grain of salt. You hear what he said right there? I'm not the fastest creator, but you're dropping 4 a year.
Yeah, I was gonna
That's
say.
crazy.
Is that good?
Yeah. That's 1 a quarter.
That's amazing.
Thanks for saying that. When you sometimes look and by the way, I really admire the prolific creators, and I've been lucky enough to work with a couple of them. But you see people, some of these guys, they put out, as I mentioned earlier, look, I'm a small potatoes guy. Let's not kid each other. I'm still relatively early on my journey. But you see some of these bigger cats, and I mean like guys like Russell Nolte and Pat Shand, and man, they're dropping a book every month, and it's what they're, we only got today. Ryan's right. That's why they call it the present. So I guess what I'd like to do, and boy, Crayle, I think I mentioned to you once that my book, this Cryptid book that I'm pitching, it's almost 2 years in the cooker here. Like when you talk about script and art and layout and design, and it takes a long time till that sucker crosses the finish line. And I'm a fan of a writer by the name of Paul Chadwick. He wrote a series called Concrete in the late 90s. Anybody remember Concrete by any chance? Yeah, it's a really good series. And what he said was that great achievements don't necessarily come from one giant revelation. They tend to be the smaller guy who took one small step every day for a long time. And, when they talk about guys that climbed Mount Everest, the most successful ones were the ones that went the slowest, and they took the smallest steps, and that's how they got there. And they weren't the fastest, but they stuck the flag on the top of that mountain. So I guess that's what. Yeah. Hey, thanks, John. Man, I tell you, the Cryptid book is a little bit like I don't want to exaggerate too much, but if you liked the sort of weird science fiction that you saw in Hunchback and the sort of oddball characters that you saw in Lost at Sea, you're going to dig Call of the Cryptid. It's weird. It's weird. And it has the feeling, like I say, of sort of, it's like an old school sci-fi where there's a couple of twists, and every time you think you kind of know what's going on, it's like, wait, what? Like we're intentionally trying to make it so that it's fun to follow and kind of full of surprises.
Yeah,
but,
and Ryan Permison has a question for the panel: favorite comic book movie and why?
Oh my,
that's a hard one.
Wow, that's heavy. Okay,
I can answer.
Ooh.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Right.
I gotta think.
All right. So for me, like, this may not be like the same for everybody, but for me, like when the Avengers came out, like that to me, I think, like I remember feeling that build up until like they all came together, and like I had tingles. Like when the Avengers assembled for the first time, and I remember like my boys were both young, and they were into superhero, well, still are, but like when they were like 4 and 2 when the movie came out, and so like being able to share that experience with them, not only on just a bigger level, like just as a dad and a comic book fan, it was like a whole bunch of like endorphins just shot in there. So for me, I think that was like not only just because that was an achievement that was unlocked, like I think for comic books itself, because that was the first big time that you saw all these characters together on screen, and and then being able, like I said, to just take that in as a comic book fan, as a dad, and just being able to just soak it all in. I still like when I hear the soundtrack, I'm like,
yeah, man.
Yeah, Ryan says the Avengers is a great film in general.
All right, I think I can go.
Go, Dre.
All right,
I want to hear what you say on this one, man.
Okay, so I think my favorite is still The Dark Knight. I think that is still my favorite comic book film. The impact it had on cinema, the impact it had on that film impacted video games, comics, and film, like all in one clean sweep. And I think the real life elements that it encapsulated, especially about real life consequences, about taking the fall for something that you didn't do. The idea that you're one bad day away from becoming a villain, like it resonated with me so much. Like I remember, I think I saw that movie about 10 times in the theaters. I spent all my money going to go see that movie. And you had the great performances by Heath Ledger and Christian Bale. And rest in peace, Heath Ledger. I that film still resonates with me. Like it's on my Mount Rushmore of greatest films of all time. And my favorite character in the film was Two-Face. Two-Face was my favorite character in that film. Because I think at a point in my life when I was watching that film, I felt just like him. I knew exactly what he felt about trying to do the right thing, but having to do dirty things to try to get one over on people that are doing you wrong. But then you still get the short end of the stick, even when nobody listened to you. And I think that resonated with me down to this day. And I think that film is literally become a part of who I am. That's it. I got it. That's it.
That's personal. Thank you for sharing. Yeah.
Well, I got to tell you, I was 99% inclined to agree with Rob here, but I don't want to, make it maybe less interesting, but because I agree with everything he said, and that was one for me that just really rang the bell. So, I'll go off to make it a little more compelling. Maybe I'll go a little off script here because I just watched it last night because it was such a good movie. I'll watch it again. It was Tom Hanks in Road to Perdition. Have you seen Road to Perdition?
Yeah, long time ago. I think I was in college.
Yeah.
Good Lord, Tim, you going back, bruh.
Yeah, well, I'm a Tom Hanks fan. I like almost all the movies he's in, and of course I mention it for two reasons. Number one, because I just saw it again last night, and number two, to keep it something different than maybe what we all just said. It's a gangster film, is what it is, and it's based on the graphic novel by Max Allan Collins and Richard Pierce Rayner, I believe, and basically the story of an Irish Catholic gangster who his family gets killed and he has to seek revenge, and he's got his 12-year-old son, and he has to drag him along behind him. It's a great movie, man. If you haven't seen it, I'll recommend to the viewers, check out Road to Perdition. It's good. Tying a little bit more closely into what you think I might say, since Rob took Avengers, I'd say probably the first Iron Man.
That too is a good one. That's Robert Downey Jr., man. Like I don't know if anybody can replace him as Iron Man at this point.
Right. I'd like to ask Dre. Could I ask Dre a quick question?
What you got, Tim?
Hey, man. So I liked what you said about the Dark Knight there. What are your thoughts on the Robert Pattinson, the most recent Batman? Did you like that?
So
one?
this is what I say, and a lot of people had come to me on droves when this was announced. I guess because the movie came out last year, so I think it was announced in 2020. I believe it was announced in 2020 that Robert Pattinson was taking over, and everybody's like, "What do you think?" I'm like, my first initial was like, "The Twilight guy? What are you kidding me?" But then I took the time to look at some of his more grittier, dirty roles they've been doing in the indie sphere, and I'm like, okay, maybe this guy can be Batman. So when I went to go see the movie, I was able to go with an open mind, and I enjoyed that film. Was it perfect? God, no. But as far as his performances his performance was concerned, I really enjoyed it. I really enjoyed his take on a younger Bruce. My issue was that he was always Batman and never Bruce Wayne. Even when he was Bruce Wayne, he was still Batman because there was no.
Yeah, there was no duality to it like they do in the comics or the everything else.
Yeah, like he was still the same brooding. I'm like, okay, but I still enjoyed it. I enjoyed the film. I enjoyed the performances. I thought the film was very good until the third act. I thought the third act was hot garbage. That was the issue.
Tell us a little bit. Tell me a little why you think that.
Sure. So in the third act, like honestly, like I know the movie is almost 3 hours long. We could have stopped this film right at the moment Riddler is captured. We could have stopped the movie right there. But they went on this third act about this bomb plot and drowning the city, and now we got to have explosions for no reason, because we had 2 hours of grounded detective work. It was a noir film. We had grounded noir film for 2 hours and some change. I'm thoroughly enjoyed myself. I even took my wife with me. She enjoyed it, and she's not even in this stuff. She's like, "Oh, I like that." But then we just had to turn on action movie button. We just had to hit that switch for no reason. Bombs. Oh, we gotta get the mayor. The mayor's gonna be shot. I'm like, oh, for God's sake. I'm like the pacing went completely off the rails, and we gotta save the mayor, and then like we have Batman using what I'm still convinced that he shot Venom into himself. I am very convinced he shot Venom into himself at the end of that film. Nobody addressed it. Nobody cared. It was all very strange. And then we have the suit in the sunlight, and it looked really weird. And like the third act really like it didn't ruin the film by any means. It didn't ruin the film, but it really took away from it, in my opinion. But but the majority of the film I thoroughly enjoyed. Just the third act, we could have booted that. We could have got rid of that.
Y'all, Dre has a series called Brutal Rant on YouTube, where he gives you his completely unfiltered opinions. You're an entertaining person to listen to, Dre.
Thank you, Crayle. I get myself in too much trouble.
You can probably sense that's why I asked him. I really did. I really did want to know what he thought.
See, Crayle, Tim trying to set me up. He trying to set me up. It's all good, though. It's all good. That's my brother right there. That's my brother.
Well, I prefer somebody's honest opinion about something than just to kind of sell me like, snake oil,
Yeah.
Right.
Well, and the reason why I asked Dre, and one of the things that he does well on the rant, is that, what's the right way to say this? Sometimes movies get a little bit of what I call hate, and you can tell that the person didn't really analyze it. And Dre analyzes it, and then he'll give you an unvarnished opinion, but he'll tell, and that's why I say, hey, it's why. What I want to know is why. And like the movie I thought it was really good. I thought they really kind of nailed the detective aspect of Batman.
Agreed.
I like the idea of the weird clues and the serial killer. It was scary enough. I also agree about the third act. It was a little too much.
Yep.
And I liked is it Zoe Kravitz?
Zoe Kravitz, yeah.
Yeah, she was great, I thought. Like sometimes the characters don't necessarily match or whatever, and people complain about that, but I thought she killed it. And
I didn't have a problem with her performance. A lot of people did, but I didn't really have a problem.
Yeah, I thought she was really good. And I'll tell you, I'm not one of those people who I sometimes don't like if somebody got their role because they had a famous mother and father.
Nepotism.
I think that I got one or two friends that are actors, and as you know, many friends that are screenwriters, and I think that everybody deserves a fair chance. And I think you might get a better performance out of somebody that's really hungry for it. But man, I'm not taking anything away from Zoe. I thought she nailed that one.
This is a really great conversation, but I have a really important question to ask for our viewers, so I'm cutting you off, all of you. Before I ask my really important question for our viewers, I do want to let you know about a creative project that I am working on with Rob. So one of the other podcasts that I'm a part of is called Cosplay Cafe. Twice a month on Fridays, we pick a theme, we have a guest, we do the whole thing in full costume. And February is all about Snowpaw and Nightwolf. We are doing a cosplay contest. So if you go to linktree.com/cosplay cafe podcast, any of the social media, any of the websites there, except for Kelly's author stuff and my Pokeball stuff, go find information about the Lone Wolf Comics cosplay contest, because the winners are going to have their face on an issue of either Snowpaw or Nightwolf. And then runner-ups are getting a ton of swag, including mystery boxes that may have hoodies like the one I was talking about earlier. But one of the most important questions I want to ask and make sure we have time for in the next 6 minutes is what is your advice to people who are trying to get off the ground? They have an idea, but they need to physically create it and get it published.
All right. As brief as I possibly can, start writing, period. Just get the writing, get what's on in your head on a piece of paper. The first thing that stops so many people is that they don't put it down. Once you put it down, it becomes real. And once it becomes real, you start pushing exactly where you need to be because you want to see your dream come to life. The first thing that stops you is you. Put it on the paper and let it all roll from there.
That's great advice.
That's a good
Who's
one.
next?
Tim, I'll go if you.
Good.
So two things. One, save money, because if you're a writer, especially, or even if you're an artist, you're gonna have to pay somebody something somewhere, unless you're doing it all yourself. But then that means you lose time. But save money, because when you go, let's say you go to Kickstarter, you want to have stuff to show. So you want to have, you want to have artwork shown. You want to have character designs, and those are not free. And in popular belief, they are not going to do it for free either because of a partnership, unless you are really good friends with these people. The other advice is start building your audience while you're doing it. So like as you're paying for this art, as you're getting these character designs, show it. Go to social media, blow it up all over the place. Start building your audience. Get emails on the list.
Those are all great advices. I'll just close this last one out by saying that one of the most important thing to do is one man's opinion here. Is tune everybody else out. You're going to get a lot of feedback, both solicited and unsolicited, and make something that you enjoy making. The audience will find it.
All right. That is great. If you're just tuning in, this is the Multiverse FunRaiser. We are supporting the John Ritter Foundation for Aortic Health, which is a great cause, and we'll play a little video about how to donate in a second. Each of my guests, I want you to real quick tell me if you've got something you're crowdfunding right now, what platform is it on, and what title does somebody search for? I'll have more details with links and things like that on the Multiverse FunRaiser social media coming out so that you can just click. But for now, tell me what platform and what title do our listeners search for? Dre, you go first.
Okay, as of right this second, I don't have a Kickstarter running, but you can go to spinwiz.com or download the Spinwiz app. You can get my issue, Travel Within Part 1, for absolutely free. You can download it digital for free. I love everybody just getting their hands on it and checking out my work. You can, or if you're into all the solid prints and you want it for free as well, hit me up on any of those social media you see up there, at the Brute00 on everything, or hit me up on YouTube, Brutal Playing Comics, and just reach out to me. I would love to send anybody that wants signed copies. Holla at me. I would love to just have you all check out my work.
All right, Rob.
All right, so I do have a Kickstarter running right now for the Nightwolf Voodoo Doll plushie. It's a 12-inch plush. And also accompanying him on the Kickstarter is a connecting cover. It's a 5th anniversary of Nightwolf, connecting covers of issues 1 through 6. You could also get, if you wanted to get the standard covers, those are available. Other things throughout the campaign. So you can go to that. Short link for that is Lone Wolf Comics /plushie.
All right. Thank you so much. Tim, what, I know you just finished one out. Do you have another project coming up?
Mine's not live, but it is coming up. As you know, this week is fulfillment for the last one. So the books are coming out to shoot, so to speak. And the next one will be in March. That's Call of the Cryptid. That's our new title. You will not remember this encounter is the tagline. And then in May, we will see Water Wars 2288 Volume 5, which is actually already done. That's also going to turn up in Tales from the Collective with Travis Gibb. I think that's okay to say that. It's already been announced. And then roughly July, you're going to see Chronicles Volume 3, which if you've been following the Hunchback Lost at Sea books, there's more of that coming. So we look forward to bringing that to you this year.
All right. I want to thank all three of you so much for being on this panel. Y'all, if you reach out to any of them through their socials because you are trying to get published or whatever, at the very least, I don't want to make promises for other people, but they can at least point you in the right direction. We're talking to three really great guys right now. They're busy, but they've made time for me. So, talk to other writers. That's my, as like a fiction editor, not quite in the comic book industry still, like creatives help other creatives. Okay. And we've got a wonderful interview coming up in a moment. This is the Multiverse FunRaiser. Everybody say one last goodbye and thank you. We got tons of comments that I didn't have time, mostly complimenting our guests, that I didn't have time to put up on the screen. I'm going to roll our information about how to donate to the John Ritter Foundation for Aortic Health now, as soon as the icon for it loads, because there's nothing to click on right now. Tech, here we are.
Our charity partner for this year's Multiverse FunRaiser is the John Ritter Foundation for Aortic Health. They exist to spread awareness of aortic health and prevent unnecessary suffering through genetic research, widespread education, and radical advocacy. Simply click on the link at our website, www.themultiversefundraiser.com, that says donate here, and that will take you to our Just Giving link. All donations go directly to the John Ritter Foundation for Aortic Health. As a bonus, every $10 donation that you give enters you into our sweepstakes to win fantastic prizes. All information can be found at our website under giveaway. So thank you for watching and thank you for supporting.
All right, everyone. I am handing us over to, I believe, Ryan now. Hey, Ryan, am I putting the right person on the screen? You are muted, sir.
You gotta love technology, but yes, you are doing the right thing, Crayle. You're fine. Good to see you. It's good to be here.
All right. Yeah, it's great to be here. I'm very excited to watch the next panel coming up. So I'm just going to let you do your thing. This is the Multiverse FunRaiser. I'm Crayle of Phoenix Sisters Cosplay, handing you over to Ryan of At It's Nerd Culture. And I'll see y'all later today for my indie authors panel talking about more traditionally published books. Bye.
Thank you, Crayle. Do appreciate it. Good to see everyone here. Once again, this is the Multiverse FunRaiser 2023. Day 2 rolls on. If you're just joining us, welcome. Thank you for being here. Don't forget to like and share this video with all of your closest friends. If you wish to donate to this wonderful cause known as the John Ritter Foundation for Aortic Health, it's currently scrolling across the bottom of your screen, but it is also located within the description below. Now, for this panel, I'm going to be your moderator. Once again, my name is Ryan of Nerd Culture. Joining us is the man, the myth, the legend of tomorrow, which we'll talk a little bit more about later. Please welcome Mr. Victor Garber. Victor, welcome. How are you, good sir?
I'm good. How are you?
Doing well, doing well. Thank you so much for being here. Now, if you have any questions for Victor during the course of this panel, let us know in the comments. Let us know in the chat. Our producers are going to be keeping an eye on it as we go throughout the course of this very program / panel, if you will. So, Victor, once again, welcome. Thank you so much for being
Thanks.
here.
I'm so glad I could do this.
Yeah, we're very thankful that you are here. So the first thing I'd like to ask you is, do you have any special memories of John Ritter that you would like to share with us?
It's funny. Well, I was thinking about John, and I cannot remember exactly how we met. My memory is so compromised at this point in my life. But all I remember is he was just the funniest, warmest human being. And I couldn't believe that. I always hoped he would be that, and he didn't let me down. He was a remarkable guy and did so many great things, and was, arguably one of the most talented comedic actors I've ever met.
Absolutely, that is certainly wonderful. Thank you for sharing that with us. I do appreciate it. Now, there's a certain film that turns 25 next month. Just a small little film directed by James Cameron known as Titanic. So I got to ask.
Well, that's 25 is inconceivable to me 25 years ago, because I can't believe so much time has gone by. But yes, you're right.
Yeah. Yes, it's about to celebrate its 25th anniversary. So what was your favorite scene to film on that movie?
Well, that's an impossible question. My favorite scene. There wasn't a favorite scene. It was a nightmare doing that movie. It was every day. It was just like hours and hours, all night, working day and night. But I have to say, when I say a nightmare, I mean it was just everybody was working so hard, but my general experience was working with the people I worked with. Everybody on the set including James. Everybody was wonderful to work with. Leo and Kate, who I don't think I'd met either of them at that point. They were so welcoming and so kind. I was one of the last people to be cast in that movie, so I got there as they were. When I first met James Cameron, he was in a pool of water, and came over to me. He sort of waved at me, and I hadn't met him. He'd seen the tape I'd done, and suddenly he said cut, and then he walked over, standing in this water, and said, "Hey, it's great to meet you, and I'm glad you're here." And that was it. It was, and there I was for 5 months.
Oh my gosh! My
Yeah,
gosh.
I mean, it was crazy. It was crazy.
That's actually a lot of water. With that, gee whiz. With that being said, what would you say was your favorite? Since this presentation is presented by our good friends here at Back of the Cereal Box, they want to know what was your favorite Saturday morning cartoon and your favorite breakfast cereal to eat while watching that program.
I'll just give you a hint that or a clue. I don't understand favorites. I don't. Everything I've done in my life, there was something good and something not good about it. But I do remember I loved the Rocky and Bullwinkle cartoons. That I wasn't a cartoon person. I never really watched many, but I loved that cartoon. And my favorite breakfast cereal. I grew up in Canada, and we had something called Shreddies. That's what shredded wheat, little packets, little small chunks. Then when I became a type 1 diabetic at the age of 12, I had to change my entire diet. But Shreddies was my go-to before that.
Oh, okay, all right. I do remember watching certain reruns of Rocky and Bullwinkle. So hey.
Well, you're way too young to remember the original. But I was one of the funniest, and I thought a genius cartoon.
No, absolutely, absolutely. Now, a film that I believe, to a certain degree, is very underrated is something known as Tuck Everlasting. You played the character of Robert Foster in that particular film. Anything you remember about your experience working on set?
You know, it's one of those movies that I actually forget that I did, but it was a very pleasant experience. And I was working with my friend Amy Irving and Bill Hurt, who I've had known since we started out in the business, and so it was and Sissy Spacek. I remember everybody was really great, and I thought it was a really charming movie, and I thought it's based on a very famous book, of course, but I'd never read the book, and so it was just a very good experience, as I recall, and it would be interesting to see again because I forget almost everything about what I did in it. I think I rode a horse in it. I think I did. I think I rode a horse in it. Is that possible?
Yes, there was a scene where you're searching for your daughter in the woods, and you are on a horse.
Well,
yes.
See, there, it's not gone yet. Still got something up there. Good.
Yes.
Yes. You think I'm joking, but
No.
Yeah. Yes, I do remember that.
Okay. No, fantastic. Two thumbs way up because I think that film is criminally underrated. I think it's a great film from beginning to end. There's no question.
Oh, that's so nice. I appreciate that.
Yeah. It was actually filmed in my state, in Maryland, in Berlin, on the eastern shore of Maryland. It was filmed there and in the Loch Raven Reservoir.
Yeah, it was beautiful. It's beautiful there. Really gorgeous place to be.
Yes, absolutely. Wonderful small town. You guys, through all the dirt, you had the carriages and the set pieces and the costumes. They were wonderful, by the way.
Yeah, it was. I have to take a look at that movie sometime. But yeah, it was good.
Certainly. One of the biggest shows that made a huge impact in the 2000s was something known as Alias with Jennifer Garner. So, was there a particular scene or an episode that you enjoyed filming the most?
I enjoyed pretty much everything about doing that, except it was again brutally hard out, long hours and hard work. It's hard for me to romanticize these things, other than to say, we formed lifelong relationships in that show. Ron Rifkin is a very close friend. Jennifer is one of my close friends. Michael Vartan, I don't see, but we're in contact. J.J. Abrams, and his wife, and it was it changed my life, that show, because I was never I was cast out of New York. I'd done mostly theater, and J.J. saw something in me that was that I fortunately was able to come up with when I did the show. But at first I thought, why is he casting me in this role? I just don't know. And then suddenly I found this, as Ken Olin said one day, it's your inner Rambo you found. Because I came out with a machine gun, and I was, I guess, quite terrifying. It was, as I say, it changed my life.
100%. I want to take a moment to acknowledge Carl Witzman in the chat. He has a question for you. He asks, your character of Dr. Stein crossed over into so many different shows. Did that make it your longest role?
No. I only did this show I did a lot of, those crossovers were all done in like 4 days. That was insane, going back and forth for just to the different sets. But it was also fun because I got to work with a lot of people I would never have worked with. No, I did it for, I think, two seasons, I think. That's all. It wasn't that long.
Oh, I gotcha. Speaking of Legends of Tomorrow, was it your idea to insert the line where you say, no, you'll never get me on that ship. Whoever designed that ship ought to be shut, which was poking fun at yourself because of the character you played in Titanic. Was that your idea to say that? Was that improv? Was it originally in the script?
No, that was obviously an inside joke that I was happy to do. I thought it was funny because I'm pretty particular about what I say, and I thought it was funny, so I was happy to do it.
Gotcha. Zach Pencil chimes in. He says, Victor, I love the Orville. It's just so funny and smart and truly some great television. Any great behind-the-scenes moments or stories, or even perhaps dreams for Admiral Halsey in a hopeful next season?
Well, that's so, it's one of those things that I'm always so grateful when people say, I love that show, because I love that show. It really came out of the blue. Seth MacFarlane asked me to do it. I didn't really know him, and I just, he's one of the greats. He's so much fun. I've had such a good time working on that show. And it was kind of a gift came to me, and I was also some of the most difficult dialogue I have ever had to learn. I had to spend weeks working on the krill and the thing, and the design, all the number of planets, and getting them all straight, because I had a lot of monologues to deliver into the camera, which were then played to the group. But I had to do those, in one take. Well, not one take, but I did them. I tried to do them in one take, and it was really complicated dialogue. And I agree with what Zach. I agree with you about. It's really so funny and so smart. It's so much more than people realize. And I often say to people, if you are looking for something that you haven't seen on television, try it. It's really entertaining.
Yeah. There you go. Absolutely. Thank you for sharing that with us. Is there an actor or actress you haven't worked with yet that you would like to work with somewhere down the line?
Oh, many. Just many. Sure. There's. I'm actually going to see a play today with Paul Bettany, who's a British actor who I love, and listen, I don't even know where to begin. There's so many I haven't worked with. Meryl, who I've known since she was at Yale, we only did a reading together. That's Meryl Streep, by the way. There's only one Meryl. We did a reading together once of a Wendy Wasserstein play, and I had more fun that day. We didn't do the play together, and neither of us did the play, but working with her just is a gift, obviously. I've been I'm doing a series now in Vancouver. It's a Canadian series called Family Law, which is on the CW network, which you may know about, hopefully. And it did its first season, and the second season is coming up in June. And I'm working with these incredibly talented Canadian actors. I'm also Canadian, but this is the first all Canadian show I've done really in a long time, and it's Jewel State is the name of the leading actress. Janelle Williams and Zach Smedu. They're my three children, and it's just I hope we get to do another season in June because it's just been a joy to do.
Well, congratulations on that, and we wish you the best of luck with Family Law moving forward. Absolutely,
Thank you.
absolutely. Is there a genre that you enjoy working in more so than some of the others?
Genre. It's just all about the script. I mean, it doesn't matter what genre if it's not well written, I don't care to be in it. I've been lucky that I've been involved in really good things, and so I mean, I never thought I would be playing a double spy. I never thought I'd be playing a superhero ever. These are things that I don't sort of plan. They just if it comes to me as a script, that's how I make all my decisions. It doesn't really matter what genre. I mean, I'm not crazy about long hours on movie sets. I'm not crazy about stunts and special effects. So, that's when there's too much of that, I find that really exhausting and tiring. But Martin Stein was a great character. It was a show that I came onto because of Greg Berlanti, and who I had done a show called Eli Stone with many years ago, which really was one of my favorite shows ever. We only ran 2 half seasons, but that was a glorious experience. And that was actually one of the first musical series. And George Michael was starred in the first. It was all about his music on that album, and so I actually got to sing with George Michael. So that was pretty special. But genre is incidental to script.
Mm-hmm. Wow, that's a fair point. Kristen Marie is here in the chat. She says, Victor, since you played both Jesus and the devil, do you hope to play an angel or even God?
No, I don't. I feel it depends on who wrote it. I'll go back to that. No, that was just a coincidence. That's a funny one, and I loved playing both those roles. And Jesus, of course, was the Toronto Godspell, where I'm sure a lot of people know many people started out, like Gilda Radner and Martin Short and Eugene Levy and Andrea Martin, Paul Schaefer. That was again a life-changing thing. So no, I don't have any aspirations to play God. I'd be curious to know how to do that, but there was a play that Sean Hayes did on Broadway and Jim Parsons did, playing God. Yeah, they were both very, very effective.
Oh, wow. There you go.
Yeah.
And there you go. And Jay Goldstein's here. He says, we love seeing you on stage. Little Litke in-night music, I believe is what he's trying to get at. Like little in-night music. I'm not sure. Jay, I'm a little confused there, but.
A little night music. I played
oh, yes.
Frederick
mm-hmm.
In the LA opera production of A Little Night Music, if that's what he's referring to. And I did a musical reading of it many years ago in New York. It's one of my favorite Sondheim shows. Maybe, I feel so fortunate to have done many of them. But that original production was one of the first things I saw in New York when I was very young. And I remember, as you can see, I remember very little. But I do remember seeing that, and I remember Len Cariou playing the part I ended up playing, and I remember it. I can still see him, and thought he was one of the greatest performances. And Glynis Johns, who a lot of people won't remember, but she was one of the great British actresses. I loved doing that show.
Fantastic stuff. And Jay Goldstein goes on to say, he was so nice to my mom. She loved you, Victor.
Jay Goldstein, don't I know you? Or if I got the wrong J, maybe. I was nice to your mother. I'm so glad, because that would be bad if I wasn't. I hope I was nice to your mother.
And Molly Daniels goes on to say, singing with George Michael. That's so cool.
Yes, it was. It was. I can't even believe I did it, but I did it, and it's recorded on film.
There you go. And Krista Marie chimes in. She says, any fun stories from working on the First Wives Club?
Yeah, many. First Wives Club was kind of a break for me. I hadn't done many movies, and I was having trouble getting seen for movies. And Eileen Starger, who I'm still in touch with, I actually just got she was a brilliant casting director, and she wanted me to do this movie, and and I think the director was of two minds, and she and my manager Bill Butler, they somehow got me into I think I did a reading of it when they were doing. They didn't have anybody for the part then, and I think it was sort of like an audition, but not really, but it was. And I had a great time. I mean, Goldie, who I know personally now, but was just a blast to work with. We just laughed and had so much fun, and it was really. And then I did a wonderful scene with Sarah Jessica Parker at the end of the movie, which still remains one of my favorite scenes I've ever done. And we're close friends, and now when we talk about that as being, for both of us, a really special movie.
Fantastic stuff. I'm going to have to go back and rewatch First Wives Club. It's been a minute.
Well, basically, I'm only in it for a minute. And the scene I'm talking about with Sarah was almost less than a minute. But for me, I remember being outside, and it was really cold, and it was just a joy to work with her.
I see. And Jay Goldstein goes on to say, yes, you do know me, Los Angeles tech guy, he says.
Oh my God, yes. I can't really see the picture, but yes. Hi. Long time. Yes, Jay was very, very helpful to us in our house.
Oh, there you go. See, all the dots are connecting, fellas.
Wow. Who knew? Jay, yeah.
It's absolutely wonderful stuff. Phoenix Sisters chimes in. I believe that's either Crayle or Kelly who's running that account. They say, absolutely love your work, Victor. If you could have a dinner party with any 4 of your characters, which would you choose?
That's a very creative question. I would choose. Oh, there's so many. Definitely Thomas Andrews. I'd actually only want him there. But I'm going to increase now. I've played so many. I'm trying to think. There's some that are just mythical, but Thomas Andrews. I'm stumped. I don't know who else I would invite. That I've played. Who else have I played that's real?
Well, I mean, you
Someone
played
help
Robert
me.
Foster and Tucker Everlasting. You played, I don't know, what was it?
Yes.
Manager. You played a bank manager briefly in The Town with Ben Affleck.
Yeah, that was too brief to remember. There's who did I play in? The ambassador in Argo, whose name just went out of my head. Ken. I can't remember his last name. This is embarrassing, but I would like to meet him, talk to him. So there's 2. Well, if Jack Bristow lived, he'd be quite interesting to Jack, and my wife, who I would like to meet, Irina, in person. She was quite something.
Yeah. Yes, and Phoenix Sisters actually goes on to say fictional characters are allowed if you wanted to switch things up within the dinner party parameters.
Yes, well, thank you. It would have to be because, I've come up with 4. But I'm sure I'm missing many. But I just honestly, when I have to read my bio sometimes to remember what I've done, and then I think, oh, I forgot I was in that. Because it's just that I'm so old, and I haven't stopped doing this. So I'm very grateful, but I just forget often what I've done.
Oh, Yeah, understandable. Now there was a show that you were on that only lasted a very short period of time, and this is one of the shows that I think, to a certain degree, was underrated. It was called Justice. It was a legal drama
Wow.
that you
Wow,
teamed
you
up
are
on.
good.
So yeah, well,
Yes.
I liked it a lot.
It
So
was a
what
good
would you
show. I agree with you, and it should have had, it just wasn't quite good enough. It was almost there, but it just didn't quite work. Just the writing wasn't quite there. But I loved doing that show, and I thought that was going to have a run. It was yeah, again, I forgot about that one, but it's that was really interesting show. And they showed you the ending at the beginning, which was very brave and bold and different. And yeah, I loved doing that.
Yeah, I thought it was fantastic. The question I was going to ask you was, what would you have liked to have happened with your specific character, Ron Trott, on Justice, if you had a little bit, if you had creative control?
I would have liked to have done it longer. I would have liked to have explored that guy, because he was really, wow, certainly forgot the name. I'd like him to come to dinner, though. Thank you. Ron Trott, get him.
Yes.
Invite him, please.
All right. You're quite welcome. I'm more than happy to provide a little bit of fun facts here for you. Carl Witzman is here with us today. Carl Witzman says, you've got an impressive list of roles. It's no wonder it's hard to recall certain things.
Thank you, Carl. Thank you for your support, because I feel I'm sort of embarrassed by it, but thank you. But what's your question?
Oh, he was just commenting.
It?
He didn't have a question, but Krista Marie has something to say about this. Krista Marie says, the scene in Sleepless in Seattle where you're pretending to cry over the Dirty Dozen is still a classic in her mind.
Well, I'm so thrilled to have been in that movie and to have done that scene. And I can honestly tell you, it was one of the best experiences I've ever had. And that scene is all due to Tom Hanks. Tom Hanks, who is, arguably one of the greatest actors in our time, is also one of the funniest people. And I knew him and Rita peripherally, but I think I'd worked with Rita once before. I don't know, it was before or after, but I'd never worked with Tom. But we knew each other. And so it was completely relaxed. And Nora Ephron, one of the great writers and directors of our time, who is sorely missed, she just let us go. Tom started talking about the Dirty Dozen, and I had never seen the Dirty Dozen. I'm admitting this now in public for the first time. I just picked up on what he was saying and did an improv with him. And then we started crying, and that scene is still that's one of the most talked about scenes I've ever done in my life. And it was came out of the scene. It wasn't, but it was Tom sort of veered off, and I can't remember because it's been years since I've seen it, but somehow, and I just picked up with him because I it was very easy and fun. And we just had a ball doing that. And there it was. She kept it in.
That is just a fantastic story, and thank you for sharing that with us. I want to take this opportunity to remind you that you are watching the Multiverse FunRaiser here on day 2 of 2023, benefiting the John Ritter Foundation for Aortic Health. If you wish to make a donation, links are located within the description below. It's also scrolling across the bottom of your screen. We are here doing this panel. I am Ryan of Nerd Culture. I'm here with the incredible Victor Garber. If you have any questions for Victor, please let us know in the comments. Please let us know in the chat. Our producer's going to be keeping an eye on it, I should say, as we go throughout the course of this show. And Hollis Thompson wants to chime in for a moment. She says, thank you for your work on Godspell. I can't tell you how much that means to Christians like my wife and who I work with in the arts.
Oh, I'm so glad. I'm so glad. Yeah, Godspell, again, was I'm very fortunate that I got to play the role in the movie because a lot of people have been moved and touched by that movie. And I'm very proud of it and very proud to have been a part of it. And I think it's, I was born in a Jewish family, and I remember thinking, everything I'm saying as this character is what I believe. And so I'm not religious in that sense, but I do feel connected to the teachings of one of the great leaders.
Incredible. Thank you for sharing that with us. Phoenix Sisters chimes in. This would be Kelly. More specifically, it's Kelly who asks, is there one of your roles that you wish you were asked about more often?
Well, if I could remember them, I'd be thrilled to answer any. No, I'm just flattered and astonished that when people bring it like Ron Trott, I mean, that name would never have come into my head. But I'm very happy to do things like this, because now I'm reminded of things that I really enjoyed doing. So I'm happy to talk about any of the characters if you can remind me what they were, who they were.
Yeah, absolutely, no problem with that. Always happy to. I'm sure our audience is welcome to bring in fun facts or bring in the information that you may need to help answer the question even further. Krista Marie chimes in. She says, "Have you kept any items from your TV shows or movies? Anything from set?"
I actually haven't much. Not very much. I've donated a lot of things that I've received over the years to Broadway Cares Equity Fights AIDS, which would be a cause that I would, ask anybody to support the community. It's not just actors; it's people, crew, it's ushers, it's the bartenders, it's people who work in the theater, and of course, COVID was devastating for so many people, and so I donated to Broadway Cares, because what I realized is that everything was in boxes, and I don't have any place to put them or things, nor do I feel, I do have a picture of Kate Winslet that Annie Leibovitz took above me, which I keep forgetting I have, but it's a beautiful. I can't. Well, I can show it. Do you want me to show it to you?
Oh, that would be wonderful. Yes, please do.
If I don't cut us off, how do I can I turn this around? And I don't know how to do this. This is where my abilities are really challenged. I don't know how to turn this around.
Well, that's okay. If it's too much technical,
I'll do this. Okay. No, that's easier. This is a great photograph.
Oh my!
Wait.
There it is. Yep, we see it now. Oh, wonderful!
Is that good of angle?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yep, we can see it.
That's something I treasure.
Wow, that is truly amazing. And Phoenix Sisters Cosplay took the liberty of posting the website known as BroadwayCares.org in the chat. So if people want to know more about it, the link is there for you to go to.
And if anybody can remember, if I worked with John Ritter, what I did with him, I really appreciate knowing. I knew him. I knew that. I know that. But I just and I adored him. But I can't think if we worked together. Okay, leave that out.
It's okay. It's okay. And Chris, a moment ago, Krista Marie chimed in. She said, "BCEFA, the flea market, is great fun as well as a wonderful fundraiser." That's what she was mentioning a moment ago. So that's wonderful stuff. Thank you, Kristen, for bringing that up. And also, Zach Pencil chimes in. He says, "Victor, as you mentioned, you've played some very interesting real-life people. Any historical figures, famous or not, whose story you would like the opportunity to tell on stage or on screen?"
No, no, not really. I mean, I just I wait till somebody says. I mean, I played Macbeth once on the stage, and it was a role that I had no interest in playing. Didn't think I was capable of playing. More to the point. And my friend, Nicholas Martin, who was a director and a close friend, and he said, "You should play Macbeth." And I said, "No, that's a terrible idea." And then one day we were working in Williamstown, the Festival Theater in Williamstown, Massachusetts, and then he said, "Read the play." and I read it, and he was a director, and he was directing me in the play I was doing there, and I read the play, and I thought, well, why not? Maybe I should try this, and I did, and it wasn't. I don't think it was very good, but it was a life-changing experience for me, and so I was grateful. I miss him because he used to tell me, well, oh, you should do this, or you should do that. He told me I should do Present Laughter, which was the next thing I did with him, Noel Coward play. And I said, really? I don't really have, my imagination is thwarted, I think. I need people to tell me what to do.
I see. No worries. Plenty of stories, plenty of characters out there. No question about it. Julia Awabidi Patterson. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. Julia, if I mispronounce it, I sincerely apologize. But she chimes in by saying, thank you for being here today, Victor. If you could do a Broadway show or a play that you haven't done before, what would it be?
That's I don't know if I will do a play again. I would like to do a new play, and I was supposed to do a new play that didn't happen 2 years ago, but it was due to COVID and then casting things. So I'm waiting for a play. If something really great came along, I would certainly consider it. But the other thing is I'm at a point in my life where 8 shows a week at my age, really, it would have to be a part that I could manage physically. The last thing I did was Hello, Dolly, which was one of the great experiences of my life with Bernadette Peters. That was one of my favorite things ever. And but that was, and after that was done, I thought, well, what's next? And nothing's come up. So I don't know. I don't know what it would be.
All right. Anything's possible. Anything can happen. Would you say what? Oh, Jay Goldstein chimes in. He says, "Noises Off with Caribou Net." Was John Ritter in that specifically?
Oh, yes, he was, but I wasn't in it. I was in the Broadway production, but I think John was. I think John played my part.
Oh.
I think that you could have come up with. That's a good. I think that. Yes, I think John played Gary, and I did it originally on Broadway. Yeah.
Oh, there you go. And Krista Marie chimes in by saying John and Victor appeared in All About Eve benefit for the Actors Fund, which is now Entertainment Community Fund at the Amundsen Theater.
Bless you. Yes, and as just before you said that, when I thought of Noises Off, I thought there was something on a stage and it was a reading and that was it. Yes, All About Eve. It was a great experience with some incredible people. The cast was really impressive. Carl Reiner was in it. Callista Flockhart was in it. Oh my gosh, it's great. And it was a benefit for a stage reading for people who could pay and for a lot of money. And we were just sort of in chairs, and it was loosely staged, but not really. And yes, John was in that. Thank you.
Oh my goodness! Wow, that's certainly a great cast, and I would certainly say fasten your seatbelts. It's going to be a bumping night, as one of the characters says.
Well done.
Thank
done.
Thank you. I sat down one day and I watched the film All About Eve, and I really liked it. it.
It's a fantastic movie.
Mm-hmm.
It's one of the best screenplays ever written.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I have it in what is known as the Criterion Collection, which is a studio that remasters films with new special features and behind the scenes tidbits and things like that. They even come with a production booklet that lays out some of the behind the scenes production notes from the filmmakers, the producers, the writers. If they're able to gather it. I mean, some things may have been lost, but they try to gather as much information as possible within these sets. So if you go to the Criterion Collection online, there's a massive library of films from way back when. Some of them are the 80s, 90s, maybe some more modern day films that have been digitally remastered and preserved, if you will.
Wow. And are you able to watch these movies, or do you have to buy them, or can you get them?
Yes, you can buy them on Blu-ray, DVD, and there's also the Criterion Channel, the Criterion. I believe it's the Criterion Channel, but it's a streaming service. It's online. You can sign up for it. you can access it if you sign up. For I believe it's a monthly subscription. I believe like some of the other streaming services that are out there. But
Right.
if you do, you are able to watch these films and maybe watch some of the behind the scenes documentaries and filmographies or commentaries, if you will.
Yes. Oh, that's fascinating. Wow. I'm so out of touch. But
well, Criterion Collection, some pretty cool stuff. May want to take a look at it. Zach Pencil chimes in. He says, "Time for me to write the next great American play to get Victor Garber on board. New life goal unlocked."
well, Zach, thank you. Good luck. That's great. Very flattered.
Mm-hmm. Yes, and Jay Goldstein also goes on to say there was a 2003 ABC All-Star Party with Amy Yazbek and John Ritter at one point. Oh, that's interesting.
Huh.
Wasn't aware of that. And Krista Marie says we spent Mother's Day at Hello Dolly.
Wow. That was I'm so happy that you did, because I was very proud to be a part of that.
Yes, and Phoenix Sisters Cosplay asks, you always manage to tap into the complexity of your characters. How do you prepare for your roles?
Well, that's I guess because the whole thing about acting, if I wasn't an actor, I probably would have been a therapist, because I'm so curious as to see to understand why people do the things they do. That's why I like playing people who aren't particularly nice, because everybody has a story, and so I just I find the part of myself that understands that. I do have compassion for people who do evil things. I don't condone it, but I just have compassion for anybody whose life has brought them to a point where they do something heinous, and so I'm always looking for roles that allow me to at least delve into an aspect of that in the person's psyche.
That is certainly fascinating stuff, and we appreciate you sharing that with us 100%. Is outside of the things you've done in TV and film and the stage, of course, do you have a favorite band or singer?
Oh gosh, I'm an old folkie. My roots are, Neil Young and Judy Collins and Joni Mitchell, all the old folky people. And now I'm just Reiner, my partner, is a music fanatic, and so he puts on a playlist, and I have no idea. I love everything it's playing, so I don't even know who's playing, except he tells me there's many groups that I really admire, but those are my folk days still influence me, and I just James Taylor, I can put on a James Taylor album from any time, and it always brings tears to my eyes. And Joni Mitchell had a huge influence on me, because I used to be a songwriter and sing. When I sing and write songs, and you'll never hear them, but they weren't bad. I can tell you, I'm very, very critical of myself, but I did that for many years as a singer when I was young. And that was my influence.
Oh, my goodness gracious. I was not aware of that.
Well, why would you be? I was in a singing group, and we were on the Ed Sullivan Show. It was called The Sugar Shop. And I think you can still, we didn't do an original song, but we recorded an album on Capitol Records. I was like 20-ish, 21, maybe 20, 19, 20. And we were toured all over the country.
Oh, that is certainly incredible. Jay Goldstein says we would love an album of Victor's songs.
Yeah, well, I'm afraid that won't happen. Although I'm vocalizing a lot, because I have to sing for something, and I'm just trying to get my voice back, and it's
I see. And Molly Daniel says I enjoy James Taylor.
I would hope so. Me too.
Yeah. What would you say is what is the funniest thing that either happened to you or one of your castmates on set, whether it was in front of the camera or behind the camera?
this is the funniest thing. Your favorite thing is the same thing. However, I do remember this, and it's actually on a reel, and I think you can get it on YouTube. Is Jennifer Garner and I in an elevator shooting a scene from Alias, and not being able to stop laughing. I mean, I know I know people have said, "Oh, I saw that," but I don't know how you get it. But that was the day that we were sent to our trailers, as like we had to get ourselves together. We were literally sent to our trailers because we couldn't stop laughing. And then we had so Jennifer is like, it's like there are certain people that we would, if I actually worked with her on this new series that's coming out that she did, and we were very careful about how about keeping that out, because we just tend to do that, tend to laugh. If we did a scene where I was walking towards her from a distance, she said, I can't watch you walk towards me. There's no rational explanation for it. So we would say to the director, can we just start the scene starting, or if you're walking, I said, just turn your head and then turn as I'm approaching. I mean, it was crazy. So that was bad behavior.
Oh my goodness. And Phoenix Sisters, Kelly says, put in timeout for laughing too much.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. And then Kristen Marie says, what was it like working on Assassins with Stephen Sondheim?
Wow. That's so crazy. I literally had lunch yesterday with John Weidman, who wrote the book for Assassins. And we talked about it. It was, I've done three actually, original Sondheims. That was after Sweeney Todd, which was the first one and life-changing for me. But working with Sondheim was, I'd say, one of the greatest thrills of my life. Knowing him, being, in his world, in his orbit, he appreciated me on a level that I still find baffling. But it was, again, that's why when people say favorites, well, that was certainly a favorite among many favorites. I've had a blessed life. I don't know how else to explain it. I've worked with some of my idols, and but he was one of the greats, and hilarious and sweet and devastatingly smart. And Assassins, it wasn't a success at the Playwrights Horizons where we did it, but somebody, thank God, was willing to spend the money to record that cast. That was the original cast of Alias. Before it all, it's been done again successfully on Broadway, but our production I'm so grateful that it was recorded, because I have proof that I was in it. Because it's a beautiful, beautiful album, I think.
Oh, that is truly extraordinary. Do you have any favorite, or do you have any hobbies outside of all the acting you've done? Do you have any hobbies that you enjoy most?
Hobbies. No, I mean, it used to be songwriting was sort of a hobby, although I did it professionally too. But no, my hobbies are having dinner with friends. That's my favorite thing to do. We do that a lot, and it's one of my favorite things. But I have no sports abilities at all, and I do my addiction is playing Sudoku on my phone, and it's really out of hand. Although I can do the expert puzzles. Sometimes I've done it in 8 minutes, but that only happens about every year. And believe me, I try every day. So once a year I do it that fast.
All right. I gotcha. What would you say is the best piece of advice you've ever been given?
I wouldn't even know I think it was just from things I read when I was young, of just believing that I am a co-creator of my life, and that I have a say in what happens. Of course, it's way too complicated to go into, but I do believe that I'm here because I was determined to be here. That advice came from many people indirectly and from books that I read when I was very young.
Oh, okay. I gotcha. Is there a place in the world that you haven't traveled to yet that you would like to travel to someday?
Well, pretty much everywhere. I'm finally going to Mexico City, which we're going to in February, and a beach. A friend has a beach house on the west coast in Escondido there, and I'm very. But yeah, I'd like to go back to Italy, and I worked there once doing a mini series, and I'd like to. I want to go to England in June, but I'm not, because I think because I have type 1 diabetes. I was tentative to go on a safari, for instance, which I thought, I wish but it's too. I'm too frightened of it. I'm frightened of being away from, if I happen to be run out of insulin or somewhere where you can't get, glucose tablets. Any type 1 diabetic in there, I'm sure many listening to this or watching this knows what that is. And it's something that I think about. I have to think about every day. So I don't travel as freely as I would like to. But yes, many places.
Ah, gotcha. And Krista Marie chimes in. She says, another film that's celebrating 25 years of existence is The Wonderful World of Disney's Cinderella. Any tales from that talented set?
Well, that was a wonderful set. It was a great time, and I loved working on that. And it was. I feel so blessed that I was in. I did Cinderella, and then I did Annie the following year or 2 years later, and both those shows were seminal for me. And Cinderella, I didn't really have much to do, but I was the king, and Whoopi Goldberg was my queen, and so that was a bond that has never been broken. And we did a panel a while back for this anniversary, and I saw Jason and Brandy, and Bernadette wasn't on the panel that day, but Bernadette was in that, and it was such a joy. It's such a great musical, and I never got to work with Whitney, which I was very sad about, but it was a wonderful experience.
Incredible stuff. And Krista Marie also brings up in Music Man as well.
Yes, and Music Man. That was what should I say? The great thing was I worked with Molly Shannon and Deborah Monk and Kristen Chenoweth and Matthew Broderick. I don't think we stopped laughing the whole time. It was just hilarious. And, I don't know if it was any good, but it was sure fun to do.
Fantastic. And Krypton Report chimes in. That would be Tyler more specifically. He says, it's awesome to see Victor here.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Very, very happy. And Javier Diaz, I believe, he says, I played Tommy in The Music Man when I was in high school. Javier did.
I'm sure there are many Tommies out there. And I played Mayor Shin, but I always wanted to play Harold Hill, and I never got the chance.
Man, gotcha. Kind of
a
bummer there.
It's okay. It really is.
With that. Well, for someone who is aspiring to be an actor, what piece of advice would you give that individual?
If there's anything else you can do, do that. But don't, if you can't, if acting is the only thing you can do, and I really mean this seriously, then you have to, it's going to be much more work than you think. and to be a good actor and to be professional and just be learn your lines and show up on time.
There you go. There you go. Good mic drop moment there. From the desk of a small press publisher, that would be Jody McPhee, if I remember correctly. Joe, good to see you. He says, are you a comic book reader? And if so, what would be a title that you would suggest anyone in reading?
I'm sorry to tell you, I am not a comic book reader. I don't read comic books. And I know nothing about most of the shows that are on television. I know nothing about. The fact that I was in Legends of Tomorrow was just a fluke. And I never really understood what was going on.
Oh, all right. Well, there you go.
Well,
True honesty at its finest.
I'm joking. I'm being silly, but it's kind of true. And I would always have to say to Franz, who played the other half of Firestorm, I said, "What's happening? What are we doing now? Is it you? Was it me?" And he was his adorable and wonderful, talented actor, and he would always explain to me. I'd say, "Oh, okay, I can do that then." He was very patient with me.
Incredible. Patience is indeed what is known as a virtue. And Phoenix Sisters Cosplay, known as Kelly, says, Victor, you are an absolute delight, and we appreciate you being here so much. And thank you for sharing so many of your stories as we're getting towards the end of our time. But I do want to ask you this. Would you ever be up for playing another superhero or even supervillain role somewhere down the line?
Sure. I mean, as long as I didn't have to work more than 12 hours a day and didn't have to do stunts outside. Yes.
No stunts outside.
Or basically inside, because you don't want to see that. But yeah, of course. I mean, I may be involved in something I can't really talk about that is a supernatural show that I said, as long as I don't have to work. I mean, in Legends of Tomorrow, there were some times when we worked like 16 hours and we'd be outside in the rain and I freezing. And I certainly wouldn't be able to do that now at this age. I didn't do it very well then, but yes,
yes.
Is the answer. Yes.
Okay. All right. Yes, we can see your point on that. Is there a book or writer that you would recommend people to check out?
What did I just read? I just finished something. I can't. I can never remember what I read or who wrote it. But there's a book that is it Michael Pollan who wrote How to Change Your Mind. It's a book about his work with microdosing and how it's helped a lot of people with schizophrenia. And it's also a TV series, and I recommend both. It's fascinating. I mean, anybody who's going through trauma or addiction or anything like that, I highly recommend that.
Oh, well, there you go. For the person who may be watching or listening to this, feel free to check that out as we go throughout the course of time here. I know it's not on screen, but Krista Marie chimed in a moment ago. She said maybe more voice acting, such as Green Lantern First Flight, that you took part in, I believe, if I'm not mistaken.
I don't maybe. Remember.
Not sure.
I think that was a cartoon, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, I barely remember that, but no. Sure. I'll do a cartoon. You just stand in front of a microphone. It's great.
There you go. And Willow Skylor, who lives up in Canada, real quick, I want to get to this. Shall we start a petition to get Victor to play the iconic character known as Magneto from Marvel's X-Men?
No, I wouldn't.
No. Okay. All right. There you go. Emphatically. And Joe asked, would you be interested in doing more work within the animated voice acting when it comes to the superhero or supernatural genre?
Sure. Oh, yeah. I mean, sure. Yeah. And by the way, I don't know who Magneto is, but if they want me, I'll do it. No, I can't. Yes, I'm open to anything. I just wait till someone says, "Do you want to do this?" And I say, "Okay, that sounds okay to me." So I don't have hard and fast rules about what I can and can't do.
There you go. Rock on. We want to take this opportunity to say thank you to Victor Garber for joining us as a part of the Multiverse FunRaiser 2023, benefiting the John Ritter Foundation for Aortic Health. Victor, thank you so much for spending time with us on this program. Thank you so much. Where can the person watching or listening to this follow you on social media to keep up with your projects?
I actually I have a Instagram, but I don't really post anything. But it's the real Victor Garber, and this, you'll see a picture of me doing something at some point. But I don't post much. But other people seem to post things and tell of what I'm doing. Jewel State, who is on Family Law, she has an active social media thing, and she just tells everybody what we're doing.
Fantastic. Well, thank you so much for sharing that and being here with us. Victor Garber, thank you so much. Once again, my name is Ryan of Nerd Culture. Follow me on Facebook and Instagram at It's Nerd Culture. That is going to do it for this Q&A with the man, the myth, the legend of tomorrow, known as...
Wow, nice.
Yeah, I know. I'm getting good at this. Known as Victor Garber. Thank you so much for being here.
You are good at this, and thank you for being so kind. Really appreciate it.
You are quite welcome, kind sir. We look forward to talking with you again in the future. In the meantime, don't forget to like, share, comment, subscribe, smash that notification bell so you get notified when the videos go up. I'm going to turn things over to our producers and the moderator for the next panel. But before I do that, once again, thank you all for being here. Feel free to make a donation in the links that are located within the description below, or it is currently scrolling across the bottom of your screen. Once again, my name is Ryan of Nerd Culture.
Beyond type1.org. Beyondtype1.org is my charity that I want to make people aware of.
There you go. Thank you for sharing that with us. We'll be sure to put information about that on our social medias for people to check out. Victor, once again, thank you. Oh, and in case I don't see you, good afternoon, good evening, and good night. Manamana.
Thanks.
Our charity partner for this year's Multiverse FunRaiser is the John Ritter Foundation for Aortic Health. They exist to spread awareness of aortic health and prevent unnecessary suffering through genetic research, widespread education, and radical advocacy. Simply click on the link at our website, www.themultiversefunraiser.com, that says donate here, and that will take you to our Just Giving link. All donations go directly to the John Ritter Foundation for Aortic Health. As a bonus, every $10 donation that you give enters you into our sweepstakes to win fantastic prizes. All information can be found at our website under giveaway. So thank you for watching and thank you for supporting.
Helps if I'm not muted, huh? Hello, everyone. Welcome to day 2 of the Multiverse FunRaiser. You just heard an ad explaining how to donate to the John Ritter Foundation for Aortic Health, which is doing very important work, making sure that you can advocate for yourself or your loved ones. If you're having chest pain, to make sure that doctors look for more than just a heart attack. There are other things that can be going on there. If you're watching a replay, check out day 1, Amy Yazbek, who is the founder of the organization, explained more about that in detail. But for the moment, this is the Indie Authors Panel. I am so excited. I have some amazing guests. So I will be bringing them on screen one at a time. If you're watching this with video, I will be putting up a little graphic with usually like the website or some titles or stuff. If you want to do a screen grab really fast, I have 5 authors, and we're going to have a ton to talk about. So at the end, they'll say where to find themselves, but you can also do a quick screen grab of the images I'm going to put up. First, let's bring on Aunt Donna Carleen. How you doing?
Doing okay.
All right. It is so good to see you. Some of my images got deleted. So why don't you go ahead and tell us what genre you write in? I can pop it back on in 1 second. And what some of your most recent titles are.
I write in several different genres. I have 2 series in what I call crime drama romance. I have a fantasy book. Waiting on a Star is my last book. It's a romance sort of book. let's see. I also have a fiction novel regarding the reunion of Woodstock called Woodstock Dreams, about 3 people who were at the original and get together again on the working on the reunion. I have an adult historical romance novel. I cover about anything.
All right. So everyone, lulu.com is where you can find Donna's books in case you are listening to the audio. I'm going to bring our next author on and we will get into some real meat and potatoes conversations once we've got everybody in the studio. Next, I would like to bring on Molly Daniels, who has also written under Kenzie Michaels. I don't have a photo of a title because I wanted to make sure we could tell what was written under Kenzie Michaels versus what was written under Molly Daniels. So why don't you tell us what genre it is, and maybe now is a good time to tell us if there's, a difference between your 2 author names.
Really, the only difference between the 2 author names is I tell everyone Molly is author peeking in the bedroom door while Kenzie's standing beside the bed taking notes. Kenzie's my wild child. She writes the adult contemporary and sci-fi romance, while as Molly, I do more of women's fiction, children's books. And now I'm kind of getting away from romance entirely and doing just pretty much paranormal fiction.
All right. Thank you so much for introducing yourself. And I'm bringing on Keisha from Acuff Creations now. For those who are wondering, I'm just going left to right for what's on the screen underneath me. I would never play favorites between these 5 amazingly talented authors unless they were going to send me a bunch of free stuff. Then that person would be my favorite. Wink, wink.
I know I'm your favorite, so it's okay. Hi, I'm really bad at introductions, but I am Keisha Acuff. I am a self-published author. I've also been published in a couple different anthologies. If you guys want to check out my latest solo novel, it is Him by Keisha Acuff.
All right. And if you are able to see the screen, Keisha had the forethought to give us a QR code to scan to get to her socials, and she can answer your questions there too if you're having trouble finding her any other way. Thank you for introducing yourself. I'm going to bring on Chris Jowers now, even though that's out of order because he's throwing a fit in the green room. How dare you misbehave like that, Chris?
I'm very upset that Uncle.
So pouty. That's okay, Uncle Carl. We'll save the best for last.
My name is Chris Jowers. I am an author. My first novel, Lostborn, was published by Proceed Productions, and it is a dark fantasy horror action novel. And my current book that's out now is called Necessary Evil, and it is a horror anthology that is a little bit grimdark horror combined with humor. But the purpose of the whole idea of the book is the creatures, the monsters, the demons are actually going after the real evil on the world, which is people. So there's a bit of an Agents of Karma feel to it when it comes to the bad guys.
I love it. I love it. Thank you so much for introducing yourself. Hello, it's Carl, or Uncle Carl, as some of us call him.
Mm-hmm. That's fine. Yes, I'm author of several nonfiction books and some fiction books. The most recent has been The Mad Gasser Cheerleader of Calhoun County and its sequel, The Return of the Mad Gasser, or The Mad Gasser Returns, whichever you want to call it. They're also available on lulu.com.
All right. Well, now that we're all on the screen, you guys can feel free to speak to each other as well. And because, I know some of you know each other, but you're
all of us
talented and
you know each other.
I don't know Chris.
I'm thinking the newer person.
Evidently. I don't know that Witzman dude at all.
I stalk everyone, so you guys, none of you are safe.
Right, careful. You'll end up stalked and then in Keisha's next novel.
Yes.
So
I've never met Chris before, but since his description of that book, I think we could get along just fine. When Donna watches something about ghost hunters or something like that, and I'm like, don't worry about the dead people. It's the live ones you have to worry about. They're the dead.
Right. And Kelly at Phoenix Sisters says, at least Keisha's imaginary friends only eat children, so you're relatively safe. I don't know.
It depends because, I mean, y'all do act like children.
So for those who didn't know, earlier this morning on the special episode of Cryptid Crunch, Keisha shared with us that her imaginary friends eat children. So
my childhood imaginary friends were a little bit weird, okay?
Like that's any different from your adult imaginary friends?
I have real imaginary friends this time. Yeah, pretty much. You guys, if people aren't aware, in order to be a writer, especially if you write fiction, or even if you don't write fiction, you have to have a little bit of crazy in you.
A little bit?
A lot of bit of okay, Aunt Donna's a little over crazy, but I'm semi-normal. We'll go with that.
You have to kind of be crazy to be an author in the first place because you're going into a field that it's a crazy field. And your chances of success are not that great, with all the books you see out in the stores. And it's very difficult to get in there. And you kind of have to be a little wacky to want to be a writer.
Yes. And definitely have to have a very vivid imagination. We basically make up our own characters and talk to ourselves all day, and then we write it down. And then we publish it, and other people think it's cool. Well, honestly,
hopefully other people think it's cool.
Yeah.
Right. Well, I guess I'll start with Keisha since her children eating imaginary friends probably influenced the answer to this question a little bit. Remind everybody what genre you primarily write in, and then tell us why. Like, why is that the genre you picked?
Children's poetry. Okay. I had to go with that one first. So this isn't my main focus, but I do write children's poetry. I just thought it was hilarious. So I have been published in an anthology for some children's poetry. I have written a lot of children's poetry. I had not published my stuff solo yet for poetry. But I am in this beautiful book of poetry for children. But my main focus, my most recent book that I published, did I publish it last year, Carl? Carl, you know this?
I think
Yes.
so.
Okay. So I published it last year, but I've been working on this for, actually, I wrote it 7-8 years ago now. And it is kind of like, I don't want to say full on horror, but it's kind of like a horror romance, just weirdness. If any of you know me personally, you'll understand. Basically my personality in a book.
That's terrifying. Keisha, you're supposed to be promoting your book, not scaring us off. And I am joking, of course. Keisha's a super interesting person. You should buy anything she writes.
Good book, buy book. So I also, this is my most recent anthology that also came out last year, called The Aftermath. And this is basically just the aftermath of everything once COVID lockdowns were kind of lifted and the world was kind of getting back into the new normal. So
I might be.
I also have anthology that came out last year. So this is along the same lines. Those are just the ones that I have physical copies of, that I could find in my menage of everything. But my main focus that you guys don't really get to see because I haven't published many. I know Aunt Donna and Carl are going to jump on me after this and be like, we got to get more. Because they know that I have a stack, just a stack of unpublished work sitting in my desk, and they're like, "You should probably do something with that." And I was like, "Yeah."
That's
a
how
lot of-
him got published.
Yes, it is. I'm actually sure that they held me down with a pen in my hand and were like, "This is happening now. Do it. You don't get a choice."
That was an
So
interesting
thanks.
night.
It was an interesting night.
Keisha
So,
wandered into a writer's group and told us she had something that was nearly finished, or a lot of stuff that was nearly finished. And we were like, "Why isn't it finished?" And we said, "Pick one off the top." She picked that one, and we said, "It'll be out by December." It will be out by December.
it was out by the beginning of the year because we had some last minute edits that we put in, but it was done by December. So it just didn't come out until the 1st.
Yeah, that was what, like in the September that we told you that was going to happen.
Yeah, you guys gave me like a couple month warning, and you were like, "We're gonna get this done whether you like it or not." So thanks.
Yeah.
But I officially have my first solo out. I think the first thing I ever published was back in 2016, and that was the children's poetry. But since then, I've been publishing things on a yearly basis. And so, I guess I don't have a choice now that I'm friends with you guys.
Right. Well, before we finish going around the circle talking about why y'all chose the genres you chose, I want to take a question from the audience. Sandra O asks, if it takes you months or years to write a fiction, how do you keep from being influenced by the current crime events in the news for any of the authors?
Okay, as a crime drama author, Hunter's Ridge was the first one. Writer meets cop. I can guarantee you at least one body drop in every story. I ignore it pretty much. I mean, I got to go with the world that I built myself. And as for years, sometimes these books are written in just maybe a month, because as you can see, it's not very big. But yeah, I pretty much ignore the real world, shall we say?
I'm not sure Aunt Donna lives in the real world to begin with, y'all.
This has caused me a bit of a problem very, very recently, because I was working on a novelization of The Somerton Man. And if you haven't heard about that mystery, in the late 40s, a gentleman was found dead on a beach in Australia. All of the clothing tags cut out of his clothes, no identification, no money on him whatsoever. And of course, everyone said he must have been a spy. There's a lot of confusing things about it. So I thought, I think I can write a narrative that would explain how that guy got on the beach. And I have I started working on that. And just like Sandra said, a news item came up recently. Through his DNA, they figured out who the gentleman was, or so they say. And so now I'm like, okay, now what do I do with that information? Because it doesn't fit in my story. So I'm stuck there right now for a bit.
Right? Do you make changes or do you not? So
exactly. Yeah.
It's a work of fiction.
Based on true events, which makes it more difficult when true events happen. You know, it was a mystery for 80 some years, and then they had to go solve it this year before I got the book out. No.
Oh,
Yeah.
those darn people.
Yeah, I know.
People doing their jobs, solving crimes-ish.
So, I actually ran into that with my novel that I published last year, because I was writing it during election time, and all these heated events were happening and stuff like that. And I had a couple different editors on my book. And my first editor, she actually kind of contacted me and she's like, first of all, I'm going to point out that her and I have completely differing political views. That was interesting to begin with in general. But she was like, I don't know, since it was 7 years ago at the point, she's like, I don't know if it's still relevant enough to the story to keep it in there. And she was like, what would you like to do about it? So we did do a little bit of rewriting, just because the fact that I wrote it so long ago, to update it so that way we weren't like, I wasn't with the times in the book. So this way I was a little bit more updated once we fixed that. So unfortunately it happens, but that's what happens when times change.
Yeah, that's a really interesting question, Sandra. Thank you for that. What, Chris or Molly, did you guys have?
Well, for horror, it's a bit different because it's not so much when you're basing it on like real crime, but the problem that you have in this genre is what's popular in film or television. So, like, my rule is no zombies, period, because zombies have been done to death, and I have one or two great zombie ideas. But am I actually going to bring anything with humor or dialogue or a different kind of take on it that's going to be interesting, because it is just an overblown genre now, thanks to The Walking Dead, which did it, does it, and had Robert Kirkman did it great in comic books. The show did great as well. But it is something you have to pay attention to. But to me, it's like if you have an idea and a vision and a story that you want to tell, don't let anything sidetrack you from your idea. Just be aware of when you're releasing that idea as something to be bought, as a commodity, that there is a zeitgeist you have to deal with, whether that's putting a warning on your book because something is very similar to something that's just happened. And you don't want people to come in thinking that, I'm trying to capitalize on a horrible situation. Little things like that. I really don't think you should ever let those things deter you from what you're doing. Because I've known great people with great ideas that just gave up 90 pages in because something vaguely similar happened on the news or something vaguely similar got released on Netflix,
Yeah. Molly?
Yeah, I was going to say, Carl, just keep writing it, and then maybe you could add something at the top that says, recent events have shown da-da-da-da-da-da. This is my fictional account. Something like that.
I may have to do that. Thank you.
Yeah.
I really have to applaud Chris's zombies done to death. I like that.
I didn't catch that, but yes, that is very nice. However, I am a zombie fan, so that makes me sad. Do all the zombies. Everybody that's listening, if you're doing zombies, do the zombies, because that's one of my favorite things. Keep doing it, because I need some
I have
stuff.
one that I started about 10 years ago, so I need to get back to it.
That's okay. Like I said, it took me 7 years to get my last one out. So if you've got one sitting there, just knock the dust off of it. Get that out there so I can read it.
Yeah.
Also,
I was also going to say I was blessed because my women's fiction series takes place in the 1980s, so I draw on my memories and how we perceived events happening back in the day. And in one of my sci-fi series, I'm trying very hard I'm trying to figure out a way to kind of work in certain events, only give it a twist in my alien world, but still get the point across. So I'm trying to figure that out.
Yeah, I can imagine probably near future stuff, like not very far into the future. It's probably one of the hardest ones to figure out how current events should influence it, because you want it to be in the future and have your own world building and views. But if it's near future, then you still kind of need to build on the world we're in right now, because of course people would still be talking about stuff that happened 15 or 20 years ago or something, So
So the only problem with that is my view for the future. I'm pretty sure we're just a dumpster fire. I'm super upbeat about how things have been going.
Yeah.
Well, I wrote the finale to my Arbor U series in 2002, and it doesn't take place until 2004 to 2006. So, but I didn't get it published till 2 years ago. So the challenge then was going back and fixing everything that I got wrong, because Dick Clark had retired from the Rockin' Eve, so I had to replace him in there with different things, and I had been a while since I'd actually watched Dick Clark's Rockin' Eve, and I'm like, oh, they don't actually play ballads, so I had to go back and fix all that.
Mm-hmm. All right. Well, if we're wrapped up on that, who wants to go next explaining why they chose to write in the genre they chose to write in? Duke it out. Get ugly.
I don't know that I choose any genre. It's what the voices in my head say. You need to get this down. You need to put this down, and then a book comes out.
All right. Do any of you guys feel like that? Like you don't have a choice? Because that's something I hear from authors a lot. For those of you who are listening who don't know me, I'm also a fiction editor. And so I'm always like, oh, my authors tell me, I'm talking about people I've edited for, but I have authors who tell me all the time, they're like, yeah, this character did this thing that I didn't want them to do. And I'm like, you're the author. Okay. So
Yep. I woke up one night, I had this angry man in my head telling me his story. And it was kind of in that early not awake thing. And then he went into it a second time, and I'm listening to this angry man. I'm like, okay. Well, when he went into it at the third time, that's when I got to get up. So I got up, wrote it all down. I don't even think I went back to bed, but I took it to my writers group like the next week. And I'm like, okay, because we were kicking around the idea of starting this story or anthology. And I said, I think I've started the antho, here. What do you all think of this? And where do you think I should go with it? And one of my crit partners goes, I so see zombies in this next scene. And I was like, I don't do zombies. You write it. So we were kind of figuring out it would be a collaborative bit. Well, they never held up their end of the bargain. And then I ended up watching a couple episodes of Walking Dead. And then like a week or so later, I brought up that document and the next line popped into my head. And now my zombies are still twitching in the ER. So who knows?
who knew this episode was going to be so full of zombies and voices and eating children? Carl's been raising his hand every time we're like, the voices, Carl's hand goes up.
I'm with you, Crayle. I am one of those writers that controls what's going on. And I do not let characters decide, oh, I'm going to go do this. And they will do what I tell them to do. And they better like it.
Right.
An overlord.
Aunt Donna's just pushed her hands down and shook her head. What's on your mind, Aunt Donna?
Well, that Witzman dude's a bit of a control freak. Some of us just get told what to put down. We're called pantsers because we don't make out a little. What do you call that?
An outline.
Was it a
little outline?
Yeah, that thing.
You don't have a notebook to control where all your stuff is, man.
No, Charles, we're not as all
same
as you.
That's not the same as an outline. I mean, I put down, okay, this has to happen. I got to drop at least one body if I'm writing in the Hunter's Ridge. I mean, my last Hunter's Ridge book was written because I got obsessed by Helen Reddy's song, Angie Baby.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm like, I got to write that song, that character. She's got to be in this book. And after that, Angie's like, put down where I bloodied Susie's nose in 3rd grade, and when I bit her on the playground and bashed her head on the floor in 6th grade. And okay.
Kelly at Phoenix Sisters asks, now are you dropping bodies fictionally or sacrificing people to the writing gods?
Don't tell our secrets. Shh.
Yeah, Kelly, stop telling their secrets.
It's a crime drama. Somebody's got to die in order for my 2 main characters to get involved.
Like, they can't just have somebody go missing or like possible die.
Yeah.
No. Okay.
Wow.
You just
They gotta die.
Let's kill somebody off. Yes. Okay, so we know where Aunt Donna is going.
Now,
no, with killing people in your books. That's what I'm talking
it
about.
depends on the series. The Beth and Hill series, it is also a crime drama romance. I can't guarantee you dead bodies in it, but I can guarantee you some awesome fighting scenes.
That's good to know. Awesome fighting scenes in Donna's work. Hey, if you are just now joining us, this is day 2 of the Multiverse FunRaiser. We are raising fun for a good cause. We're supporting the John Ritter Foundation for Aortic Health this year. There's information on how to donate scrolling at the bottom of your screen. And at the end of this panel, we'll play a quick video with more details on that. I just want to specify again how important the mission of the Foundation for Aortic Health is, the John Ritter Foundation, because people are misdiagnosed, and it is so important to know what questions to ask your doctor and what some of the possibilities are for what's going on with your own health. So thank you to Amy Yasbeck for being so involved with us and for starting that foundation. Oh, and there's a giveaway. So every $10 that you donate, you get another entry in the giveaway. So who has not answered yet why they pick the genre they pick? I know Molly writes multiple, and apparently it's because somebody shows up in her dreams and yells at her about it. Carl, have you answered yet?
I have not. I started out with nonfiction because there were certain ideas I wanted to get across. Like I've written a book about how to improve your memory, because that was one of my studies when I was in college, was the improvement of human memory. How can you make it better? Then I got into computers and I wrote a couple books about how to do some particular program, you know. So, but I always was writing fiction in the background. I never knew if it would ever come up. Then I got inspired by watching all these YouTube videos about mysteries. And so that's what got me into the Mad Gasser cheerleader world. Because there really was a Mad Gasser in a small town in Illinois. He went around during the time of World War II, and he actually sprayed this paralyzing gas into people's homes. But nobody ever caught him, and they never could figure out why he did it. There was no real motive that anybody could figure out, because he never stole anything or broke into the homes. So I thought, interesting. Well, I think I can create a motive, okay? And okay, I'll say nobody gets killed in my book, okay? And you know, there are no fight scenes exactly.
It's just creepy.
It is creepy as all get out. There are parts of the thing when I was writing it, I creeped myself out. And it ended on a note that a lot of people didn't particularly, they weren't happy with that. They said sequel. So that's how the Mad Gasser Cheerleader Returns came about.
So, you know, you've at least had a taste of your own medicine. If you're going to bully other authors into writing their stuff, they can turn around and do it to you too. That's right.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Right.
And I've even had somebody say, you need a third one. And I said, hey, wait until you read the second one before you push on the third one, because there's a particular thing that happens at the end of that one. Then I made sure there would be no sequels.
Yeah. Well, you scared Keisha away.
Yeah.
How dare you?
Oh, Keisha
I'm
read
just
the
kidding,
book.
y'all.
That's why.
I'm kidding, y'all. Keisha will be back when she can. She just had a tech problem with her computer. That is, you know, technology allows us to do so many great things. Like for me to come into your home or your office right now, all creepy like, saying that the weirdest way that I can, to force you to listen to my writers. But also, sometimes we have problems. It happens. It happens. It's a
Especially
lot to
when you
manage.
live out in the middle of nowhere like Keisha does.
She does, yeah. So, all right. Well, one of the ones I always want to make sure that I have time to ask is, what is your advice for people who are most of the way done with like the actual story and are like, I don't know how to get published? Like, what do you tell someone who, like, the writing, they've mostly got it, and they're like, okay, but now what?
Reach out to one of us, and we can definitely
There's
put
this
you in
excellent
touch.
show every other Tuesday night on YouTube on Michaela Jade's YouTube channel called Tidbits and Scribbles. Come into that, and you might see a couple people that's here, but we try to give advice. We try to answer questions and help people along that way to just open up to newbies. As for publishing, when I was in my early 20s, I tried going the regular route. You have to write a cover letter. You have to find out which publisher is doing your genre. You have to mail that out. You have to wait.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm lazy. I'm the first person to admit that. That was an awful lot of work. So I'm like, okay, I'll just write my stories for myself. Then this Witzman dude comes into my life and says, how about publishing a book of your poetry? And I'm like, okay, whatever. And it went rather well. So there's a second book of poetry. And then here a couple of years ago, it's like, well, why don't we try your fiction work? Okay. That's when he discovered Lulu.com. I now have 12 books out.
So the
I
real
bully her a
advice,
lot.
the real advice of what I'm getting out of this entire panel, if you've got the writing at least most of the way done, or the story at least most of the way finished in your head, to get from there to published is to make friends with Uncle Carl and Aunt Donna.
I can attest that that is a true statement because, like, don't get me wrong, I had things published before I met them, but I would not have a solo novel published if it was not for them.
Yeah.
And especially since one of the biggest things besides helping edit was this beautiful man right there. I don't know where he is on everybody else's screen, but is the one that actually did my cover for me. So this time I'm going to, sorry if I disappeared earlier because I have really bad sinuses going on right now. And I went to grab a Kleenex and I hit the power button because it's just one of those sensor ones.
Oopsie.
But Carl is the one that helped me do my cover. So thank you, Carl. But
I'm
yes.
getting so much better at covers now. And
Yeah, Don Doulas says the networking they provide is phenomenal. I think that's talking about authors in general, maybe, but if you're talking about like these authors on the screen, you are also correct. And Molly mentioned earlier, reach out to one of us. I have found that the author community is very connected. Chris, do you want to give us your advice for going from mostly written to now I'm published?
Well, Necessary Evil was pretty much like a crucible or a trial by fire, because I had a friend of mine had just announced he was going to do the Memphis Comic Expo, which is like one of the best conventions in the Mid-South. It's always a great time, and they bring in a lot of big name DC, Marvel, and indie comic people. And my life literally went to garbage by the time I got my table to finish the book. So I dedicated myself to doing that. And I was amazed from the first time I tried writing Right before I did Lostborn, I thought about doing self-publication. I looked into it, and it was just, it was small to try and get through and try and to go through all of the minefields and booby traps that are out there. And now it really is not that difficult. Sites like Lulu give you quality books. Like I was amazed when I got my copies of Necessary Evil, and professional authors and professional comic people were looking at the book. And I'm not talking about my writing, just the quality of the book was shelf worthy. You could go right up on Barnes and Noble, boom, and look great. So the resources are out there, but you really have to be a hustler. If you want to be successful, no publisher is going to push your idea like you do, because they've got 50 other books. They got 50 other authors to take care of. No one's going to sell it like you. And if you're going to do it at conventions, please remember to be professional.
Yeah.
Yes,
that is what's going to separate you from everyone else. Be professional. When you show up, you are showing up like it's a job interview every single day.
Yep. Ryan Permison says, hello, indie authors, you rock, and specifically to Carl, that it's good to see you. Keisha, you were starting to say something?
I wanted to kind of piggyback off of Chris was going over how, you have to push your own book. A lot of people don't realize that to a lot of us, writing the book is the easiest part. It is the easiest part. We're like, hey, look, an idea. Do. The editing and the putting yourself out there and actually getting your book out is the hardest thing I feel like I've ever had to do, because, I don't have somebody sitting there. Like, some of my books are published through publishers. So, like, they do, push the book and they have it other places for you. But when you self-publish, there is so much work and effort that has to go into putting your book out there. You've got to go to different cons. You've got to go to different, pretty much everything, and just be like, sit at a table and be like, okay, look at all these people just ignoring me and pretending I'm not here. This is fun. I appreciate this. Thank you.
Okay.
Those that are older will remember maybe that there used to be advertisements on the radio or on in newspapers about books. Where they'd advertise books. Publishers, when was the last time you saw a publisher put out an ad? It's not happening.
Yeah.
So they are not pushing your book either.
James Patterson. I see his.
Yeah. That's about all they'll do is the ones they know, this will sell anyway, but maybe we'll sell a few more million copies if we put an ad on it. Yeah. Those are the guys that get all the money for the advertising.
And a lot of people don't realize that if you are a published author, selling even 100 copies of your book is a win. Because even getting that far, that's a lot of effort. People are like, okay, you're going to publish this book tomorrow. You're going to sell thousands of copies. And then you're like, after publishing and editing and all this other stuff, I made a whole 50 cents off that book. So a lot of people don't understand that concept of it, and then they will actually stop writing because they're like, well, my book flopped, it didn't sell. Like, they don't realize that that's the normal. Like, I don't actually know a lot of authors that have sold thousands, millions of books unless they write thousands of books.
Yeah, and something that doesn't mean that the writing wasn't good. That means that the marketing wasn't done. If your book isn't selling, you need to make sure you're sending it to the right people, and you also need to make sure you keep being active. Like, once you're published, you're not done working. And I do want to piggyback also really quickly on when Keisha mentioned people walking by you when you have a table set up. So authors in particular, so I sell stuff at tables at conventions as part of my other job that isn't editing, and you have to talk to people first. And so if you're stuck for what to talk to people about or a way to get people to come over to your table, if it's quiet, just stand up and start reading the description on the back of your book. You wrote that to get people's attention. If the book isn't in their hand, just read it.
That's a good
Do
idea.
it.
See, my thing is I'm crazy and I will literally talk to anybody. And so there was this guy walking by my table at a con, and I was like, I love your sword. It had nothing to do with my book, but I started talking to this guy. I knew he was like, you could tell. I was like, when you play D&D and stuff like that, you can tell other people that play D&D and stuff. So I looked at him and I was like, okay, I like your sword. And then we got to talking, and guess who bought like all of my books and some of my artwork? Just because I told him, hey, I like your sword, and didn't let him walk by.
Right.
Was it
I would,
obvious?
yeah.
Probably, but
yeah.
And if do not go into this thinking you're going to be a person that goes to conventions and sells a bunch of books every time. You just don't. And here's why.
Yeah.
An artist can sell a $10 or $20 print, and they sell a lot of them. And that costs them cents to make. Literally costs them a few cents to make. And I'm not calculating the amount of time and skill it takes for them to create that art. Just talking about the actual money that they're out. But for you to sell your book, you're sometimes maybe making half back, depending on what you're charging. And then you really have to pay attention to the market and what other people are charging, because you're asking people to make an investment in you. Your personality at that table is what sells that book. That's a great networking opportunity.
Yeah.
Your sales are really not going to come from convention work. Online sales are probably how you move most of your units. And publishing companies, the big dogs, are looking for authors who bring their own audience with them now. They want, if you self-publish 3 or 4 books, great, because that's how you get started doing it. Christy Golden, who I have a very good chance to meet, is a huge author for Warcraft and Blizzard. She's written a ton of Warcraft novels, and she works on the game itself. She was a fan fiction author to begin with. And she developed such a fan base that it got her attention. But that was a ton of work and talent that got her. So, I mean, that's just part of the deal now. It's like being an independent author is like how a lot of the big authors these days get discovered.
True. I'd like to revisit the who do you talk to when you're ready to publish your book, and go to the who do you not want to talk to. Be very leery of local writers groups. They can be good, but we were invited to the relaunching of a local writers group here after COVID. So we went, and there was a young lady there who had self-published her book. And they were all like, oh, that's fine. Now you need to really get published and send that to a publisher.
That annoyed me so much.
And her book looked fine. It looked great. I mean, I kind of thumbed through it and said, don't listen to these people. You are really published.
Yeah.
You've got a great book here. You need to find someone else to back you instead of this group, because this group is not going to help you.
Yeah.
So I had one more thing to add to this is because of one of my friends. We all have, I'm pretty sure most of us on here know this person. If you don't, you should probably know her. But when sitting and selling your book at a table, you are basically selling yourself. And one of my friends, her name is Michaela, author Michaela Jade. She is not only wonderful, she's also one of the people that helped me get published with my solo novel. But when selling yourself, you have to also present yourself. She has told me, because she started taking me to all of the comic and book conventions and stuff like that. And she was like, you have to sell yourself. if you are sitting down and you look bored, nobody's gonna want to sit there and be like, if you're sitting there just texting on your phone and stuff, like nobody's gonna want to sit there and be like, hey, I wanna get something from this person. So she goes all out. She wears she normally wears this really cute, like fancy looking dress and stuff like that. And she presents herself nicely. She doesn't look all frumpy and just like wearing a sweatshirt, playing on her phone the whole time. She is standing on her feet, which is awful, by the way, for those of us that have done it. Like standing on your feet for an entire 8 hours while people are just walking past you is awful. But she was like, you have to present yourself.
Oh, yeah.
And that is a very important lesson because I'm one of those people, like I said, I talk to anybody, but I have gone places and seen people just sitting there, not interacting with people. And I'm like, I wouldn't even want to buy something from them because they don't even look like they're interested in their own work. So how am I supposed to be interested in
Exactly.
Sorry, Chris. I usually have something to hand out to people, like, "Hey, would you like a sneak peek of what's coming up next?" Or if I do a lot of events where I'm in a booth with different authors, so I will actually stand out in the aisle and say, "Hey, would you like a bookmark?" and pass out different people's bookmarks. And then usually they walk around. They'll take like 3 steps and go, "Wait, what is this?" And we're a group of authors. Oh, cool. And what do you like to read? And then I'll try to direct them to the right person. And then sometimes it's not only me, because if someone likes true crime, for instance, I'm like, oh, you need to talk to this person.
Right. And for those of you who are listening to the audio only, Don Doulas has had some great comments come up on the screen saying, I needed to hear and see this today. And also that Michaela is the reason Don is here. So, you know what? Thank you so much, Don. And thank you, Michaela, for getting people connected with this resource.
Yes, Michaela is going to be at Cabbages and Kings in Peoria Heights later today. And she will have her dragon on her fancy dress.
Yeah, she presents herself like I said, she has that wow factor that's going to bring people over and get interested because she dresses like her books. She has a whole series and she dresses like you would imagine the characters in those books to dress. And it's just one of those eye-catching things that's like, oh, that might be cool. Let's go look at that.
Yes, Carl.
If I may interrupt, we have a friend who has written 2 books, okay? And I won't mention her name unless she wants it to be done, but they might be called Scorcher and Thin Ice.
Oh, I think I know who you're talking about.
Yeah, look those up on Amazon. Anyway, and we were, someone had told her that she really needed to get a 3rd book. Oh, thank you. Love you too, Kelly. Anyway, someone had told her, you really need to get a 3rd book before people will really pay attention to you. And she kind of came over and was talking to me about it. And I said, yeah, pretty much. Sorry. I'm really nice.
To the man who has 2 books on the table.
I had more than that on there. But it really helps if you have, because we went to a convention recently with some new authors. And they had a big 8-foot table. And they had a stack of the one book they wrote in the middle. And that does not help you. You really need to dress your table a little bit if you only have one book. Or like Molly said, have some to give out, some table swag to give out. Or something to draw people over. Because if they just see one book, they're going to go right by. Now, Keisha does some art too. And she will have her books and her art out there. And that slows people down enough. If you can slow them down enough, and they might, not just run by your table. Sometimes these people are like Usain Bolt. They're just like zoom.
A lot of the times they walk past my table and they're like, what is this artwork, and I'm like, that is a gory, misfigured something. And they're like, oh, really? And they're like, you have a book. And I was like, I have a book. And they're like, what's the book about? Well, look at the artwork. It's like, just read the book. It does help to have something else to draw them in.
Right.
And to piggyback on what Carl was saying is that when I did Necessary Evil and set up at the expo, I had the one book. I didn't even know if I was going to be able to make it to the convention until like a week before.
Yeah.
Because things were just chaotic. So I wasn't even able to get copies of Lostborn ready to sell. So I only had the one thing. But I'm also a voice actor. So what I did is I set up information about the voice acting things that I did. And I'd have this thing that I do to keep my skills sharp when I'm in between jobs. I go on Facebook and say, hey, uplifting voicemail. You got a problem today? Request a voice. I'm going to send it. I'm going to send you some uplifting. It's usually evil voices because that's what I do. And I put that on the table. And people would come by and go, oh, like, hey, the cover looks great and the artwork looks great that you have. And they would ask about the voice acting. So at the last convention I did, I had a lot of people come over and they would ask for, oh, dude, hey, give me Stitch, give me Lucifer Morningstar from Lucifer. They just started, and I would just do the voice. And they would go, wow, man, that was great. And that led to a conversation. Every time somebody did that, I sold a book. Every single time.
I have something to add to what Molly was saying earlier as she hands pamphlets and stuff out. One of the things that I use on a daily basis almost is a pen from author Amy Hale. And it's Hale's Angels. And I also have like a keychain from her that is on my keys. And even if the author isn't there or you don't buy that book right away, if you give them a little bit of something with your information on it, it's stuck with them. Like, I use it on a daily basis, and I'm like, I remember talking to this person, and now I want to buy their stuff. And I do. So also giving something, even if somebody can't afford to buy your book at that moment, because a lot of the times people don't have a lot of money to spend, and they're going to like 100 tables, or they're looking at 100 different things. Even just giving them a little postcard or a little homemade bookmarker that they could use for free, that also puts your name out there and reminds them that, hey, I should go check this person out again.
Right.
I ran out of inventory this summer. So what I did was I made up little postcards with the QR code to let them directly to the Amazon link. I don't know if there have any of them have panned out yet, but it was just a way of saying, yes, this book does exist.
You know, it can be hard to know which marketing things are working for a while too. And that's another reason you can't assume that your writing is bad, because sometimes you're still figuring out your marketing approach. Speaking of marketing, Don Dula said that marketing Michaela does drew me in. Her excitement drew me in. Her passion has been beyond words. So if you're just coming in, some of the advice that we could sum up here would be: 1, authors support other authors and are great resources for each other. 2, just because you haven't gotten a lot of sales yet doesn't mean your writing was bad. There's a lot of marketing that has to be done. You're not done once you're published. And 3, you definitely want to find these specific authors that I have here. Speaking of which, we're running super low on time, so I'm going to put those images up again for each of our authors here. Molly Daniels has also written as Kenzie Michaels. You can find her at mollydaniels.wordpress.com. Chris Jowers wrote Lostborn. And I just completely forgot your other title. Yes. Okay, there we go. You can find his stuff at chrisjowers.com, CHRISJOWERS. Molly Daniels is MOLLYDANIELS, because we do have people who are listening to only the audio. Keisha Acuff, who wrote him, you can find her at smashwords.com/profile/view. I'm going to spell her name for you. KEISHAACUFF. Donna Carlene, who wrote Waiting on a Star and so many others. You can find her on lulu.com. It's lulu.com/Donna Carlene if you're having trouble with that URL, because I checked all of you out before this. If you are on Lulu and you search Donna Carlene, DONNA CARLENE, you will find her. Don't worry. And then we've got author Carl Witzman also on lulu.com/KARLWITSMAN. So, did I miss anything on anywhere for people to find you?
If you want Donna's best works, you might have to check the part that says show explicit content. Just saying. Okay.
Hey,
Yeah,
it was named The Seduction of Lily Monroe. There had to be sex in it.
Hulu is also very strict about who can see what ratings of stuff, I have noticed. So,
And
that's
piggybacking on Keisha's imaginary friend, what if your imaginary friend turned out to be an alien? That's the premise of the sci-fi. Hurts Less Chance is the first one.
all right. Well, I want to say thank you all so much. I could have talked to you all for another hour just about like marketing your books, let alone any of the other advice you have for everyone. Thank you so much for offering your services to other authors and encouragement to all of each other. We are here for the Multiverse FunRaiser. So I'm going to run some information now about how you can donate to the John Ritter Foundation. We are up to $636 of our $2,000 goal last time I looked, and we're only halfway through day 2. So here is more information on that. Bye, everybody.
Our charity partner for this year's Multiverse fundraiser is the John Ritter Foundation for Aortic Health. They exist to spread awareness of aortic health and prevent unnecessary suffering through genetic research, widespread education, and radical advocacy. Simply click on the link at our website, www.themultiversefunraiser.com, that says donate here, and that will take you to our Just Giving link. All donations go directly to the John Ritter Foundation for Aortic Health. As a bonus, every $10 donation that you give enters you into our sweepstakes to win fantastic prizes. All information can be found at our website under giveaway. So thank you for watching and thank you for supporting.
All right, everyone, this broadcast is ending, but we are continuing just under another broadcast. So stay tuned. The Multiverse fundraiser is still in full swing.